Hey guys, I welcome you all to the live session on Python Django tutorial by Intellipaat. This session is conducted by multiple experts who will be teaching you all about Python Django from basics to advanced level.
But before we begin the session, make sure to subscribe to our channel and also hit on the bell icon so that you will never miss an update from us.
Now let's see the agenda of the day. Firstly, we will begin with Introduction to Django. Post that, we will tell you how to become a Django developer. Then later on, we will be explaining you the basics of Internet and Django Server. In that, we will tell you how Internet exactly works. Then later on, we will be introducing you to Web Applications and Web Framework. Post that, we have covered Python Django Capstone Project to give you a better understanding of the subject. Then later on, we will be introducing you to Django Templates and Django Model. Then after that, we will be learning about the types of automated software testing and API, and also explain you about the Django Rest Frameworks. Then finally, we have covered Django Interview Questions and Answers. So guys, this is the agenda of the video. Now let's begin the session.
So the first question that comes in our mind is, what is Django? So imagine you wish to create a web application. This web application has all the common functionality that any web application on the internet needs. So functionality like logging the user in, storing the user's data, retrieving it when the user logs in and requests for the data, and some common authorization functionality to make sure that the users do not alter the data of another user. Now, how do you go about building this? You can build the front page of your application using HTML and CSS, but how do you store the data? How do you program a server to get the data from the front end and then store it and apply all the necessary logic? What's even more complicated, if you wish to add new features, do you re-implement these functionalities from scratch or do you use some libraries? And how do you manage all of this? This is where Django comes into play. So what Django does is it allows us to write code that's focused solely on our business logic. Instead of having us rewrite the common functionalities like accessing the database, submitting form requests, accessing the form data, processing it, so on and so forth, Django does all the heavy lifting for us, and all we are left to do with is to focus on what our application needs to do. So Django takes care of much of the common tasks that are needed in a web application. Some of the common tasks that are needed are database access, form validation, user authentication, data serialization. So let's take a look at these. So Django simplifies many of the common tasks that are required in a web application, such as database access. Django comes with an ORM that greatly simplifies the database access. ORM stands for Object Relational Mapper. Now, in case you are not aware what ORM means and how to use it, do not worry about it. Stick with me till the end of the slides and I'll show you resources where you can learn all of this. So, broadly speaking, an ORM simply means an abstraction layer, or it makes it easy for our application to interact with the database. In Django, the ORM takes care of all the querying the database and getting the results and then displaying it to the user. So ORM allows you to write your code in Python. Instead of you having to write the SQL queries yourself, you can write the code in Python and the ORM will then take care of all the database access and database access and resource management for you. If you didn't use Django's ORM, then accessing the database could be a very difficult task because you have to make sure that all the resources are properly instantiated, properly closed, all the data that's gotten back from the user is sanitized, so on and so forth. The ORM takes care of this for you. Next, we have form validation. So Django provides an easy way to validate submitted data. The form is one of the most common and one of the most predominant ways how users will enter data into your websites, be it login credentials, when they're signing up, when they're submitting a query, so on and so forth. So Django allows us to validate the data and make sure that the data that enters our application is in the correct format as we intended. Django also comes with a built-in user authentication system. Now, in case you wish to implement your own user authentication system in Django, you can do that. However, the inbuilt user authentication system is quite flexible and it allows you to mold it to your needs. Next, we have data serialization. Serialization may sound like a complicated thing, however, it's a very easy to understand. What it basically means is that it converts data from one format to another format. So in Django's case, you can convert data from the database to a format called JSON, which stands for JavaScript Object Notation. We simply do this to make it easy for us to transfer that data over the internet. Now again, like I said, if in case you are not familiar with JSON, stick with me till the end of the slides and I'll guide you to some resources that will help you learn all of these things. So when all is said and done, why would you use Django? Or why would anyone use Django? So Django is among the highest paying skills a developer can have. In India alone, the average per annum salary of a Django developer is around 8 lakh per annum. Similarly, in US, it's over $100,000 per annum. Django jobs are also trending. According to a Stack Overflow developer survey that was conducted this year in 2019, Django was among the top 10 most popular technologies in the world. In the same survey, Django was also among the top 10 most loved technologies in the world. Django's popularity has been in a high rise and will continue to do so in coming years, as we can see that Django is very popular in both startups and MNCs. It's popular in startup because its development model allows us to quickly develop applications and services as are required by a startup. And it's also popular in MNCs because it allows our code base to be very stable, it allows it to be easy to use and easy to deploy. So where do we use it? This could be one of the questions that's popping into your mind, so let's look into that. So have you ever wondered how does Instagram remember who you are when you log in with your user account and the photos that you liked? Similarly, have you ever wondered how does Pinterest manage all its photos and all the pins that you have used on the site? Well, Django is the reason that these websites are able to do this. So Django is mostly used to build two kinds of applications, a web application or a RESTful web API. A web application is just some software that is running in your browser over the internet. So for example, think of facebook.com, instagram.com, Pinterest. These are all web applications. These are software that are running in your browser over the internet. Next, let's look at RESTful web APIs. So a web API could be considered a complicated topic. However, the simplest way to understand it is simply a system that will return some data provided you give it proper requests. So imagine a scenario where you have a service, let's say a photo sharing application, and you wish to create applications for Android operating system, the iOS operating system, and the web. So you have to create 3 kinds of applications for targeting a broad user space. However, how will these applications get data? Instead of writing a server for all of these applications and then connecting them to separate databases which are synchronized, what you can do is create a RESTful web API. These will ask that RESTful web API for some data, and provided the request is valid, the API will return back the data that they need. So who uses Django? Like I said, Django is one of the most popular web application development frameworks, so stands to reason that some of the most popular companies must be using it. So these are some of the companies that use it. Companies like National Geographic, Mozilla, Pinterest, Instagram, MIT, so on and so forth. And there are many more. An interesting thing to note here is that the users of Django are working in quite different domains. So as you can see, Instagram, Pinterest, and Facebook, all of them are social networking websites, whereas MIT is an educational institute and Discuss is an online commenting platform. So if you are wondering whether your use case will be sufficiently tackled by Django, you do not have to worry about it, since many of the big companies that work in quite different domains have been able to use Django for their needs. So who can learn Django? Or to put it simply, what are the prerequisites that a person need to know in order to begin learning Django? So if you wish to learn Django, these are the three things that you should know. Things like HTML, World Wide Web, and programming. Now, if you are unfamiliar with any of these things, do not worry about it. Just stick with me till the end of the slides and I'll tell you about some resources where you can learn these as well. So you need to know HTML because whatever application you create using Django, at the end of the day, it's going to output HTML, which will be returned to the browser, which will then render it to the user. So any website that you have ever visited uses HTML. It's the bedrock of the modern internet. So you need to know what HTML is, and you need to know the basics of how HTML works and how to write a basic page. You don't need to be an expert in these technologies. Similarly, for the World Wide Web, what you need to know is the request response cycles, the status codes, really basic stuff. You don't need to know the ins and outs of the entire World Wide Web. And you need to know programming because since you'll be using Django, you need to program a server, and for that you need to have some basic understanding of how to write code and how to program something. So let's take a look at the skills that are required to become a Django developer. So these are the skills that you should have in order to become a Django developer. Now again, if any of these skills sound a bit esoteric to you and you think you don't have proper understanding of these, you can just stick with me till the end of the slides and I'll show you how you can go about learning these things. So the first thing is basics of Python programming. Now since Django is written in Python, it stands to reason that you know the Python programming language. Again, you do not need to know the ins and outs of the language. You do not have to be an expert in Python, but you do need to know the basics. That way it will be easy for you to get started with Django. Then there's object-oriented programming. Now object-oriented programming is a complicated topic to explain, but to put it simply, it's just a way to structure your code in a way that it gets separated into smaller, more manageable pieces called modules. These modules are created using classes and objects, which are concepts in object-oriented programming. Then there's sequences and file operations. You do need to know file operations so that you can log user requests or log some other kind of data that you wish to in a file. Those files can then be later analyzed and look for patterns or for security threats, so on and so forth. Now we also need to know testing and debugging. This is where Django shines because Django comes in with a testing framework of itself. So if you wish to write code and write test for it, Django has the capability of doing so. Testing allows your application to be very robust, and debugging also allows your application to be error-free and robust and scalable. And Django allows you to do all of that. Now you also need to know regular expressions. Regular expressions, if you're unaware, are basically ways to create patterns and check if that pattern matches a text or a block of text. Now, you do not need to be a master at regular expressions. In fairness, regular expressions are quite hard to learn in depth, but you do need to know the basics. That way it will be helpful for you so that you can use them in your Django application. You need to know the basic database operations because every application that you create will be interacting with the database. In every way, shape or form, every application on the internet uses one database or the other. So if you wish to log the user in, you need to know if the user has authentic credentials, and for that you need to move into the database and look at the user's credentials, and if they match, then the user enters into the site. Similarly, there are many ways you can use databases in your web application. So you need to know the basics such as creating a table, inserting a data, deleting data, just the bare minimum, the basics. Do not need to know it completely from inside out. Next, you need to know the basics of HTTP. HTTP stands for Hypertext Transfer Protocol. It's a protocol that is used on the internet to transfer requests and get back response. So you need to know how the request response cycle works in the HTTP, what are headers, what are response codes, what do these response codes mean. Just the basic stuff, nothing too in depth. And you need to know HTML templates as well. So templates basically allow you to define some structure of a page, and that page has some slots left blank. Then dynamically you can generate some data and fill in the blanks. So for instance, suppose you log into your Facebook account and your friend logs into his Facebook account. And if you look at the pages, you'll see that both of the pages have similar structure, just the data inside that structure is different. So instead of his username in your account, your username would be coming up, and so on and so forth. So this is done by HTML templating, and you need to know this so that you can create your own templates and bind data to them using Django. Then there's data submission through forms. So like I said, forms are one of the most important topics in a web application because this is how your user will be submitting data to you. You need to know how to process those forms. You need to know how to extract data from the form request that has been sent back from the user, and you need to process them and find out if they are in the right format, so on and so forth, so that you can save them into the database. But before saving them into the database, you do need to validate them. So if you have a business rule that says that the password that the user enters should be at least 8 characters, and if the user submits a password that's less than 8 characters or does not match any of the rules that you have defined, then you need to make sure that that happens. The user gets back the response that the password was invalid or the password had less than 8 characters, so on and so forth. Now this is what data validation means, and data validation is one of the most important topics for developing a web application, because you do not want your database compromised with invalid data, which could be later very difficult to eradicate. And Django helps with this. And finally, serialization. As I've already mentioned, serialization is the process of converting data from one format into another format. Now, in Django's case, since we're working with the web, the data is usually converted into either XML or JSON. Predominantly, people use JSON because it's very easy to convert to JSON, very easy to parse, and it's very human readable and compact. So when we talk about serialization, we basically means converting data from a format to JSON so that it can be transferred over the internet. Now let's look at one of the most important topics in our agenda: how to become a Django developer. So this is the kind of framework that I would recommend if you wish to become a Django developer. First, you need proper training with the right practice, real-time project experience, and a certification. So when I say proper training, I mean training that's given by experts so that you can learn from them. You can acquire the skill sets that we have discussed in our previous slides, and after acquiring the skill sets, you have to develop the capability of applying those skill sets into problems that you face. And by right practice, you need to learn the concepts that are required for you to become a developer, and then you should be able to solve any assignment that's given to you based on those concepts. You need real-time project experience. This is one of the ways that you can show the employer or a potential employer that you don't not only just know the things that you need to know, you also have experience working with the technologies and building something real. The employer can then look at the things that you have built, the real-time projects, and get a sense of how well versed are you with these technologies. And finally, certification. Now, certification is really important nowadays because everyone who can learn Django is not going to be shortlisted by a company. Certifications allow the companies to figure out who they can shortlist, who they can call, who they can follow up. So certification allows you to get a better chance at a job, allows you to stand out of the crowd. And since you wish to get certified, you can get much better job opportunities than a person who isn't certified. So this is the kind of framework that I would recommend if you wish to become a Django developer. First, you need proper training with the right practice, real-time project experience, and a certification. So when I say proper training, I mean training that's given by experts so that you can learn from them. You can acquire the skill sets that we have discussed in our previous slides, and after acquiring the skill sets, you have to develop the capability of applying those skill sets into problems that you face. And by right practice, you need to learn the concepts that are required for you to become a developer, and then you should be able to solve any assignment that's given to you based on those concepts. You need real-time project experience. This is one of the ways that you can show the employer or a potential employer that you don't not only just know the things that you need to know, you also have experience working with the technologies and building something real. The employer can then look at the things that you have built, the real-time projects, and get a sense of how well versed are you with these technologies. And finally, certification. Now, certification is really important nowadays because everyone who can learn Django is not going to be shortlisted by a company. Certifications allow the companies to figure out who they can shortlist, who they can call, who they can follow up. So certification allows you to get a better chance at a job, allows you to stand out of the crowd. And since you wish to get certified, you can get much better job opportunities than a person who isn't certified.
Today we are going to learn the basics of internet. So this part is very crucial because that's how you will be understanding what is going under the what things are happening under the hood when you press google.com and so on and so forth. Okay, this thing is something which is the fundamental. Please try to understand the concepts very well and ask me any doubts. You don't need to have any networking concept or something another, but you should know all the blocks, okay, how things are working. So when a couple of things, this is known as client. Okay, so what is a client? A client is some maybe a laptop, okay, or you might say it's a mobile phone, okay, or it can be a browser, or it can be a IoT device, or any kind of other device also. Okay, so this is the primary part, a client. So what does client represent? Client represents a laptop, mobile, browser, or IoT device or anything. Whenever a user is interacting with the internet, they will always use these kind of devices, right? Either mobile, laptop, browser, IoT devices. Now we will be referring going forward any such user interaction as client. Please do remember this. What does a client mean? Now what happens is, this is the part which is always present to the user. Now whenever a user wants to open say google.com, what happens? There is some server. Okay, now the user sits in their system and they would say, hey, I want to open google.com. So what they will write, they will write something, and then finally it will be saying, okay, go and tell me what is google.com. Now what happens google.com? Google.com is some server. We'll be understanding how this thing works in detail, but then let's take a very high level overview. So a client is saying, I want to get to google.com, or you open your laptop and you type google.com. What happens? The request goes to the server, and from here you get a response. Okay, so what is this? This is the request, this is the response. Now in the response, what do you see? You see a web page. Either it can be a web page, or it can be some API data, or anything else. Okay, it can be a movie, it can have a movie, it can have some MP3 song data, or anything around that, right? So you can have different types of data coming in, and finally when the client will receive these kind of data, they will be seeing, let's say I have a movie, right, or a video. It's better I name it as video. Okay, so what happens, I ask that, okay, do a video, then what happens, there would be the browser will actually start using start buffering the video, start load it, and then finally the user can see the video. Same way, let's say they want to listen to music, then the browser will convert that data into some playable sound and connect to the speaker, and you get the output. So here, this is the input part, and finally this is the output part. Okay, now this is a very holistic view. This happens everywhere. Okay, whenever you are opening google.com, this is happening, or even now when you are seeing this whole screen, right, you are able to see that, okay, I am drawing certain things. So now what happens, what is the client? The client is this GoToMeeting. Okay, GoToMeeting is the client, and then the server is the GoToServer thing. Now what happens, there is one more client. Okay, so let's say this is Vinay. Okay, so Vinay in his system is asking, want to see that, okay, what is the I want to know what Argo is teaching. So he will just open this open GoToMeeting. From there the GoToMeeting server will respond back the thing. But where is Argo? Argo is here. Okay, Argo will do something, and then he's exchanging the data. He is pushing some data, and then also he's receiving some data back. Now this server is going to make sure that whatever I am sending, whatever like this screen share, what I'm doing currently, this whole screen, whatever I'm sharing is sent here, and then from here Vinay is receiving. Also we have Bhavna here. Bhavna, she's also able to see. Monica is there. Monica is also able to see, right? So every different client is able to understand and see this part. So here server is, what server is doing? Server is handling the distribution part, right? So any data you are pushing, server will make sure, oh, these many people are there, I'll just do these things. So this is one type of application. Same way, you can have multiple other types of applications also, right? So when you are working with WhatsApp, what happens? Same way, let's say Vinay and I am chatting. What will happen? This is a WhatsApp server. Then I will send the data. It goes here, and then say same way it goes. So every time you have one server in between who will be taking care of everything. This is when you are doing up any communication, like you are doing from two people are involved and all, then that is the thing. But when it's a basic normal web page, then what happens? It's a very straightforward part, right? Then only this part is involved. You don't need anything. Vinay is sitting over the laptop, he's asking google.com, Google server will respond. Okay, this is how internet is working. Okay, now what we'll do is we'll actually look into what is happening under the hood. So when Vinay says that I want to know google.com, what is happening? How will this server will how will the request go to the server? There are millions of servers in this world, right? So let's say this is my client. Now client wants to open google.com. Okay, so what will happen? There are like millions of servers, right? There are so many servers. Every server is doing something. So let's say we have one server for GoToMeeting, one server for WhatsApp. Okay, one server we have for Google, and let's say we have another server for Bing. Okay, so these many servers are there. Now when a client is saying google.com, how will they know? It's the same way, right? Like when I am asking Vinay, can you see the what I'm sharing here? Vinay knows that I called him by his name, so that's how he knows that I'm asking this question to him. Same way, when a client is saying I want to open google.com, they will say, oh, there is a google.com server. But things are not that straightforward also. Okay, there is nothing called google.com in this world. Okay, no server will be referred to google.com. What happens is all the servers, everyone in this world is every server, every system in this world is identified by something. Can anyone tell me what that is? What is a unique identifier? IP address, right? So everyone has got their IP address. So this one's IP address might be something, this one's maybe some other part, and so on and so forth, right? Everyone has got their own IP address, and that's how they're detected. But when you're saying, when you open a browser, what do you type? You type google.com, but ultimately everything is being defined by a particular IP address. Okay, every server has got some IP address, right? So how does this whole part work? When I'm saying google.com, google.com is mapped to particular IP address, right? So how that works? So there is something called DNS. Okay, so whenever a client is saying the google.com, I want google.com, this request will go to the DNS server, and from there they will say, oh, google.com is mapped to, let's say, 127, not 127, 164.2.1.34. Okay, maybe this is my google.com IP address. Okay, so now what happens? Clients keeps on requesting everything from like going forward. Any request for google.com would be made to this particular IP 164.2.1.34. Okay, so this is a v4 IP address. There are something called v6 IP address and all. Also, we are not going into those details. Primarily, still everyone is using v4 IP addresses only. Okay, v6 is a bit futuristic. In a couple of years, it might be starting to use.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Python by answering this question. What do we use to define a block of code in Python language? A. Key. B. Brackets. C. Indentation. D. None of these. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Okay, now when I'm saying these things, right, like a client is making a request directly to the DNS and all, it's not that straightforward also. There are so many intermediate steps. You don't need to get into this detail. I'll quickly draw a block diagram, what is happening there. Just remember that if anyone is asking you in the interview, you should be able to tell the block diagrams and all. No one is going to get into detail how those things are working. Okay, so what happens? So let's say this is my browser. Okay, whenever my browser is trying to make a request, okay, whenever their browser will try to make a request, the first thing it will try to do is it will look into browser cache. Okay, so it will try to figure out, let's say I want to know what is google.com. So what it will do is it will try to look into browser cache, that if a IP address is saved or not. If they don't find it, what they will do is they will go to the next layer. What is that? It is the etc/host. Okay, if you are using Mac or any Unix based system, it will be in etc host. I'm not super sure what Windows is using, but again, this is again for the local system. Okay, it will try to look into the local system that does it have anything. If it doesn't find, then it is going to start asking other people. So what are the other people mentioned here? First thing, it will try to look into the modem. Okay, whatever modem you're using or anything. What is etc/host? etc/host is something in the network layer in the local system. Whenever you are trying to access any browser or anything, any website or anything, then etc/host actually has those IP addresses on it. So if you want to hack something up or you don't want certain requests to go, then you would be keeping it. It is something like hosting in WordPress. No, etc/host is actually in a local system. Don't worry, just say that there is another local system layer. Don't get into this detail. If any one of you is interested, look into this. How does etc/host is working? You will get a fair idea about it. Okay, majorly into networking, not required in detail. Okay, yeah. Once you get then what happens, it goes to the modem. Okay, so what is the modem? Your Wi-Fi router or any those kind of network components. Then it will look there. If it doesn't find, then it will go to the ISP. Okay, what is ISP? Your internet service provider. Someone might use let's say Airtel or Geo or some other thing and all. But again, the ISP also has multiple layers, right? So when you are working with the ISP, Bangalore will have a single ISP provider for, let's say, Airtel. Also, Karnataka might have the parent, and then from there, India might have another thing. So on and so forth. It will have different layers of ISP. Once you don't find it in ISP, then finally it goes to the DNS server. Okay. So what happens here? Here is this is something where finally it will be always trying to figure out what is the domain, what is the IP address. So how does the DNS resolution happens? There is always a top layer domain, okay, TLD. So what is the top layer domain? .com, .co, .in, or let's say .org, okay, or any such thing. Whenever you're finding that dot, okay, .google, .tech, those things, those are the top layer domains. Okay, so let's say I want to find google.com. What it will do, it knows that, oh, this is in .com. Now in .com there are like so many billion, hundreds of millions of such web domains, right? So what it will do, now it will try looking into those kind of things. Let's say there is something called google.com. So it will first go to .com, then it will go to Google, and from there it will go. Let's say what I did is from here I asked mail.google.com. Then what happens, from Google also, they now have multiple other things, right? So there might be something called mail, something called mobile, or something so on and so forth. And what you have asked is mail. So then it's a simple tree traversal kind of thing. Okay, from there you figure out that, okay, this is google.com, and from there you will get the IP address. Now same way, what happens is it goes this path. So when you started the request, what happened? It came this way, this way, this way. So many layers it came, and finally it reached here, right? Now once you get this request, okay, once you get this, then what happens? It goes the same path back, but while sending back, what it will do is it will now cache ISP, it will cache modem, it will cache all these things. So how these things help? Let's say someone opened google.com in Bangalore. So just imagine that anyone in Bangalore now have to always go to DNS, right? That's not feasible, right? What they will do is, oh, I will now cache it in the ISP layer. I don't need to go to other layers. So any one person opening google.com in Bangalore will make sure that the request no more goes to DNS, rather from here only it will. Again, caching has got its own issue. So there is always a timeout thing and like expiry and all those things. We don't need to get into details, but this is what is happening. Now that we have found the IP address and all, let's say I get 164.4.1.72. Okay, so this is the IP address which I have got. Now what happens? Going forward, it will start requesting. So let's say this IP address is linked to here. Okay, 164.4.1.72. So anytime any request is now going to be sent to google.com, it will now directly go here, and it will go here. But also remember this, that this IP address, okay, this IP address, whatever you're seeing, should not is not always like for once you open, and it is not always saved. It also has got some expiry. So let's say you have opened this website once. Now for, let's say, next 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or 20 minutes, or 1 hour, or say 10 days it is going to do. But then there are certain expiries also being mentioned, what is done by the website creators and all those things. They will do those kind of things, and from there this expiry will happen. Same way, same path it will be following. If they get it, then it's anywhere they get it, they'll revert back. If they don't get it, they'll go to the final google.com, and then they will do. Okay, now this is what is happening whenever you're making google.com. Okay, these things are happening, and here, this is what your google.com is hosted. Okay. Now, couple of things. When you are saying that I am opening google.com, you are one user, right? But there are millions of users who want to open google.com. Do you think one IP or one server is capable of uh, serving those millions of requests? No, right? It is not possible. Like there would be like tons and millions of requests who would be coming, which would be coming here. And it's going to be very difficult for anyone to scale that system high and all. So what would you do now? Now, what you do is you have more servers behind. Okay, let's say you have more servers behind. Again, I'm going to be very optimistic, and I'm going to abstract out a lot of things. You don't need to get into details, but when I say that this google.com reaches this, now what happens? They might send the request to different servers, whoever is free and all. So how those things are being done? Those things are done by either load balancing, depending upon, let's say, every server is capable of handling 1000 requests per minute, or say per second 1000 requests they're capable of. Okay, so any request, whenever it comes, first what it will do, will it send all this 1000 requests here? No. What they will do, I don't want to overload this one server and underload. They will now say, oh, I'll send, let's say, one request, then the next one, depending upon different strategies what you are having. They will be starting to send the request and so on. Then there will be +1 +1 +1, or they will say, oh, there is a sticky session and so on and so forth. Those things are known as the load balancer. Okay, so these are a few concepts which you will be hearing a lot when you start reading about internet and how internet is working and so on and so forth. From there you will understand how exactly these things are working. But this course is not about that. We will be not getting into the details of system design and all. And yeah, now let's say whenever a request goes, it goes to this 1+1, this server. Okay, server A. Now let's assume google.com is built on Django. Okay, so what happens now? This server is going to have the will be responsible to return back the response, right? So any request to google.com will go to the load balancer. From here it will go to the server which has Django running. Okay, now Django will process it, and from there it will return back. Okay, so this is what is going to happen. Now here I have simplified few things. I'll just give you a high level overview what is happening. Okay, any request, whenever you say that, oh, my request is going to go to the server, now this is your application. Okay, this part is known as your application. So in application, what all things are happening? So in application, generally the first component for any server, anything you have, is web server. Okay, what are web servers? Web servers are something few examples of web server is Nginx, and there is also Apache, and I think for .NET there is some IIS or something is there. Okay, I don't remember about the .NET, but these are primary things which are being used. So any request to this particular component will first go to web server. From web server, generally I'm talking only about Django. Here what happens, there is another component which is known as GUnicorn. Okay, post that you have finally the request going to Django. Okay, now every Django server, whatever you would be working, must be having some persistent database and all, right? So what happens is you have another, let's say you have Postgres. Okay, then the Postgres is connected. So this server, this is something you will have. Similarly, there will be tons of other such servers. All of them will be actually connecting to the database. Okay, so tomorrow something happens, I scale it this many things, right? So let's say tomorrow this server goes bad, then what happens? I don't lose the data. If I had put this here, let's say my Postgres was put here and there is something wrong, then what will happen? The server is down, right? I don't have the capability to revive it or anything. All the other services will have inconsistent data and so on and so forth. So what you do is you have a separate server which is for Postgres. Again, Postgres also would be having multiple replicas. This is replica 1, replica 2, replica 3, and so on and so forth. There might be different geographical locations, and so that's how systems generally work. Okay. In our course, this, if you see the whole part, right, there are like so many things which are involved. In our course, we are just going to learn about one part. Okay. So we will be learning only about this part. This is the only thing which we care about, and also we will be looking about how you can connect to this, but we will be not looking about the scaling and all those things. We'll just look about how you can develop a Django server which will be doing all these things. Okay, all these things, whatever you're seeing here, the same Django server can work. So if I ask you, whenever you see any errors, okay, where does those errors happen? Errors can happen anywhere. It can happen in load balancer layer, in these servers or database and all, but most of the time.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Python Django training and certification mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
If application developer, okay, what does a coder do? They write code here. Okay, they would be writing codes out here in the Django server, and that is the heart of the whole system. If this server, someone writes a bad code, then none of these systems can scale, none of these things can work properly. Let's say I wrote a very bad code. Okay, every request takes 10 seconds. How much soever I scale, I cannot make sure, like if I make that 20-30 servers also, no way my Django code will be able to work properly. Why? Because every request is taking now 10 seconds, and then like I'm having millions of requests, then I would go bankrupt just paying server bills, right? So always, that's why it's very important to understand the basics. After that, we can move into, oh, there are like so many other things you'll do. Also, whenever you would be sitting for interviews and all, people will ask you these questions, but if you're sitting for an entry level job, you would be only asked about how Django is working and so on and so forth. So going forward, what we are going to do is we are going to like always assume that we are talking directly with the Django server. Okay, so any request from now on, any description, whatever we will be doing, we'll be doing it this way. Okay, so there is going to be a client, and whenever a request is being sent to the server, we are always going to assume this is going to go to the Django. Okay, anything whatever we have seen in between is not something which we are going to assume. We just want to make sure that any request the client makes goes to the server, and from there it is coming back. All these things in between, Nginx, Gunicorn, the load balancers, and so on and so forth, whatever you're seeing, are just going to be as a forwarder. Okay, they generally won't be modifying anything. At certain times you have certain modifications and all you would do, but for the sake of simplicity, let's just assume there is not going to be any modification. Any code you write in Django, it's simply going to be returned here to the client and all. Okay, now we'll be looking into what exactly happens when you say that a client is making a request to the server. So any kind of request primarily goes via the HTTP. There are other protocols also like WebSocket and TCP and so many other things are there. We don't want to go into the networking part, but rather just say that any request from now on is going to be via the HTTP protocol. Okay, so HTTP protocol is going to make a request to the server, and from here you get a response. Okay, now whenever we are seeing these kind of things, irrespective of you're using Django or any other web application, it is common. Okay, whenever you are writing any server-side code, you would be actually making the request using HTTP protocol, and you will get a HTTP response. Now, what we want to do is we want to understand few concepts and we want to understand few terminologies before we move ahead with Django and how exactly things are working in Django or any other web application. So the first thing which we want to understand here is we want to understand how things are, what does exactly a request mean. So let's quickly open a browser. Okay, so we have a browser here. Let's say I open google.com. Okay, so when I open google.com, what happened? We'll go to the inspect element. Whenever you open a browser, you go here, network. Now, first thing I'll do, I'll refresh. So I can see that like there are these many network calls happening. Okay, so when I say this HTTP, you can see like this whole line. This means that there is a network call happening and then you get a response. So these are all the request and response. I'll again show you one thing. When I do a refresh, okay, what I'll do is I'll actually minimize the speed, slow 3G, or actually 1 kbps. Okay, now if I do a refresh, then you can see, right, it is now in pending state. It is now going, and then finally it will be coming after some time. The response is going to come. Pending. There are so many pending things happening, right? Then you finally saw that, oh, there is one status which got completed, and this took almost 10 seconds. Now what I'll do is I'll increase the speed to slow 3G. Now if I do a refresh, now you can see it better, right? First it got request, then pending is happening, then slowly 200, and so on and so forth. So every request, whatever you're seeing here, is happening this way, right? So now we want to understand a couple of basic terminologies when we talk about HTTP request. Okay, whenever you're making a request, you would be making the request has got primarily the first part out here is the header. Okay, so what does the header do? It will tell you certain things like, okay, what is the like what kind of request I'm making, so on and so forth. So let's go here. So if I open google.com, and here I will see the request header. Okay, in request header you will find authority, method, path, schema, accept, so many other things are there, right? So we don't need to get into details of these things, but rather what we'll say is we will quickly understand what what are the important parts here. So when we are seeing in the header, the first thing you will be looking into is the method. Okay, so what does the method represent? Method represents that whether you're making a get request, post request, put, patch, and so forth. When we'll be looking into the when we'll be starting our APIs, okay, that time we will get into detail what is happening. But in short, if I say, whenever you are making any request from the browser, it always makes a get request. Okay, but whenever you are typing something or doing some things, then it can make a post or anything. But in general, whenever you will be making this kind of request, if you open this doc, we'll always see that this is always a get request. Okay, this method is always a get request. Now this is the method, right? So here either it can be a get or post or put or patch. Okay, these are the things. Next is the path. So when I go here and I hit google.com, I see this path, right? But let's say I do Django. Okay, so what is happening, you can see that the query, this is the query, right? Now what you would see here is the URL is different. So yeah, now you can see here, right, the path, this path is search and all. But previously if I go, let's say I go here and I do google.com, right? I do a refresh and I go here. What you will see is in the request, the path is always slash because I'm not having anything. So depending upon what kind of page you are visiting, it will have the path. Okay, anything after a domain. So let's say I have google.com/email. Okay, when I do this, what happens? This is the domain part, right? But this is the path. Okay, this is how your server will know certain things. We will be covering in detail more about the path thing in our. This is the path, and then finally you will have the if you have a body or like if you are using post or put or anything, then you will have something known as body. Okay, so how you can do it is, do we have any post request here? No, we don't have it. Okay, so anyway, typically what it means is like you have another body part. When we'll be seeing Postman today only, so that time we will understand these details more. Now once you have the request, right, so this request is there. Okay, sorry, my bad. I actually, okay, so this is the body part, and yeah, so this is there. Yeah, cool. So this is your request part. Now what we'll do is we'll be looking into, okay, so we have HTTP response. So whenever you make a HTTP request, in return you will get a response. The response will also have the same thing. Okay, you'll have a header. Okay, in headers, what are the things? You will be seeing certain cookies and all. There are like so many other types of header. Depending upon what you're using, you will need to know about them. The next part is the status code. Okay, so status code tells you whether your request is successful or not, and so on. And then finally is the body. Okay, in the body you will get the data. So how do you understand those things? Let's say I go here, you have a response, right? So you can see here, right, like what it's a HTML code finally which converts into this part. So if I go to preview, then this is happening. Okay. Yeah, so this is the response code which you generally see. Sorry, this is the response which you generally see. It's a HTML code finally rendered into the browser, and you would see this kind of page, right? So this is the body. Now whenever you're making any kind of request, you get a response. Now the response have header, status code, and body. But remember, when we initially spoke, we told that, oh, there can be different types of response. Either the response can be a HTML or a JSON, or it can be a video or MP3, right? There can be so many different kinds of responses. So how will a browser know whether what is the response? That's where your header comes into picture. Okay, so if you go to header, and you will find in the response, yeah, content type. So in content type you will find there is something called txt HTML, means the response which I am getting is a HTML type. Now let's say I go to Airbnb. Okay, what happens in Airbnb? There might be few responses. Okay, these kind of responses. Okay, so now if you go here, you'll find some responses. Yeah, so now you will find here that this response was this response. Yeah, so here's the response, right? So this is a JSON type of response. So here in the application content type, you'll find here it is saying that this is application JSON, right? So these kind of applications, like whether it's a JSON or anything around it, actually determines content is determined from here. Okay, so content type will determine whether it's a HTML or JSON or video or MP3 or any other data type. Like if you open a PDF also, still you will have a content type which actually determines. Same way, if you're having a success, you will always get 2xx. If it's a redirection, 3xx. There is error 4xx. If the server is down, then 5xx. Okay, these are few things which the status codes are some things which we'll be again covering when we'll be starting with the API, because that's where we'll be getting into deep dive into this. But on a nutshell, this is very important for you to understand what exactly content type is doing and how the body would be parsing. Okay, so now what we'll do is we'll actually understand where we stand and what we are going to do in the whole course so that you understand things. So whenever a client is making a request to the Django server, okay, now when you are making any request, the request can give me a HTML response, right? So what will happen now? You have the HTML page rendered, you have this whole like header, footer, and some images implemented, so on and so forth, right? Everything gets rendered. So this is a very basic thing. When Django was created, or when like 15 years back, when you if you remember 15 years back, if any of you had used internet, you would remember that you had very slow dial-up connections, taking so much time, so difficult to work and right. So that time what happened, everything would come as a HTML page, some kind of JavaScript would be there, and also HTML plus CSS is something very popular that time, right? 15 years back or around those times. So that time there was no concept known as single page application. Okay, so I'll get to single page application in some time, but
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Python Django by answering this question. What is the value of debug when the website is online or deployed? A. False. B. True. C. None. D. Null. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
any request whenever you would be hitting to the Django is capable of sending you this HTML plus CSS response, and that can create this wonderful UI. So what are those? Like, let's say I go here, I do Django project. Okay, so if I open Django project, what happens? This is a project which is being built on Django. Okay, this whole part, like this UI and everything is built here. If you go here, response, you will find this thing. If you see a preview also, you can see this whole preview, right? Typically, whatever you can see here, just one page, no JavaScript involved. Like there are some JavaScripts involved here, but then not very hard and fast JavaScript, right? But let's say I go to Airbnb, okay, and now what I'm doing here is I go here. So if I open this, okay, do you see anything here? You're not able to see anything, right? The response and all those things are not really something which you want. Why this is happening is because this application is a single page application. Okay, so whatever you're seeing here is a very single page application. No point in having a preview here. But if you go here, you can see the same preview. The whatever browser is able to load, that's happening. So Django is capable of doing these things, but in today's world, we don't want HTML and CSS responses, right? What might happen is you are using a browser, that's fine. But let's say tomorrow you are building a Android app, okay, or an iOS app. Your HTML, CSS won't work there. Yeah, there are ways how you can make it work, but then that's not something which you want to do. So what happens? That's where the concept of APIs and everything come, and also single page application. So people realize this, that whenever you're working these things, every time, let's say I go to this page, I click on download, what happens? This content changes, but this header is same, right? If I go to documentation, same thing, documentation is there. I search something here, data I search, okay, what happens? This whole page is loading. I don't need the whole page to be loaded. Let's say from data I search database. So what is happening? These things are also getting loaded, right? These things are also getting refreshed, but I only need just a couple of data points here. So people realize that, oh, there are better ways to implement this. So what you do is you say that I have a template that has a header, and let's say that also has a search bar, and then some searches results is there, and these things are concept. So every time you're searching something, what changes? Only this part changes, right? Every other thing is constant. So what people have started to do is, I don't need to load the whole part. I don't need the whole like HTML and everything. You just give me the data. Okay. So now what Django is doing is, Django is saying, oh, okay, you want only the data. You ask me for a search API. In response, I will give you only this data. Okay, only the search data I will give you. So now what happens? Your network calls, like all the network calls here previously, whatever you are making, you were getting the HTML, CSS and all, so many data, right? Now it's a very limited data. You don't need to get all this data out here. Just give me a list of all the content which I need to show. My browser will be capable enough to render it here. So that's where the concept of APIs came, where you're saying, I need only the search data, just give me the search data and my browser will work. Now a question you would have, how will the browser load this whole part? So what happens here is, when you are hitting the first time, hitting the website for the first time, then they will get a bundled pack. Okay, then let's say they will get a 1 MB data, and throughout the whole life cycle of the user, they will only now work with few KBs or less than a few KBs of data exchange. They don't need to load 1 MB. But here, initial load might be not 1 MB, but it might be say 300 KB. Now what happens, every time someone makes a request, you always get a 300 KB request coming, right? So that's pretty slow. Anyone using mobile or anything, they will have to load every time these kind of things. So then that's why this newer approach of single page applications are very easy. Also, when you're working with browsers, then it's a single page application. But let's say you have a mobile. Okay, so now what you are doing is, you have a mobile phone. Now that mobile phone also needs some data and all. So same server can now fetch this data. You don't need to get anything. Tomorrow you have one IoT device. Okay, so IoT device don't have a browser, right? They will only need some data point and all. So same thing will work here. So now what has happened is, Django has working the same concepts. There are so many things which is present in Django which we'll be learning and all, what are the fundamentals of Django, but we will be starting to use Django plus Django framework. Okay, so this is what we will be learning. So what we'll do is, we'll start with Django. So this is Django. Okay, so this is their motto, and they stand by their motto. What does this motto mean? Okay, uh, when you are having deadlines, you would take some shortcuts, right? You would take some shortcuts. You would try to build some things which you will say, oh, after the release I'll do certain things, or you will say, let me not worry about security first and all those things. Then what happens? You are not doing a task full-heartedly, right? You would be doing the task half-heartedly, or you're like, oh, I have deadline, that's why I did some certain things. But when you're working with Django, then what happens? A lot of things comes out of the box. Then you no more have to do compromises. You don't have to say, oh man, I can't implement a security because like I don't have time, because Django is giving you out of the box security. Just writing one line of code is going to make your code very secure. Your APIs, your views, everything is going to be secure. You don't have to sit and write the whole authentication part, how authentications are being handled. Okay, same way, another example is like, let's say you want to handle migrations. If any of you have worked with databases, you know that how painful it is when you are changing the schema of databases for larger application. You have to manually do certain things, coordinate with other teams, no one is making other problems, create manual migrations and do those things, right? But Django has got this wonderful feature of Django migrations, which takes care of those things, and any conflicts or anything whenever you are having with migrations, it handles those things very like cautiously, gives you errors and warnings and all that can help you scale system. Like I have worked with teams like they're like same application for like same task, 4 or 5 people are working on the same task or same feature, and then they're doing migration every alternate day or every other day or same day also multiple times. Django was able to handle it smoothly, not any hiccup. Definitely there are some guidelines and all which you have to follow, but then those comes directly via experience. You don't have to enforce stricter things. Rather, just say that, oh, you just need to follow these things, and then those things are being handled. So that's there. Django is scalable. Okay, so is built on Django. Then you have Pinterest. You have, I think, few other. YouTube was also previously. I'm not sure whether it's built now or not, but then YouTube also in the initial days was built on Django. So there are like a lot of applications and a lot of websites, scalable websites, which are built on Django. So definitely that's there. Django is ridiculously fast, we will say, but when it there's a definition of fast. Okay, someone will say Django is fast, like Django is fast. That doesn't mean that any user who's making a request to Django application or any application which is built on Golang or Node.js, then they're fast. No, Golang and Node.js are going to be faster. Any application built on Rust is going to be faster, but Django is going to be fast when you are working in a startup. When you're working at a startup, what happens? You don't have time. You don't have time to sit and build things there. You want that, say tonight we had a meeting that I want, let's say, a notification service or a comment service to be built tomorrow, or let's say 1 week. You don't have time. You don't have that much bandwidth that you have like hundreds of engineers. You have a very limited engineers, and also the time frame is very limited. So then what happens? Your idea and your concept to your final completion of the product with all the features and everything there is possible with Django, because a lot of things are coming out of the box and people are can write a lot of code much faster. Same same feature if I build in Java, I will need at least like 100 lines of code, but here in Python or Django, if I start building it, it can be done in 20 odd lines. Okay, personal experience. I have seen like it is very difficult for me to move to some other language, like because I have always worked with Node.js and Django. So now whenever I see other applications like in Java and all, it becomes very difficult for me to actually understand and write code, because I'm like, dude, this takes me just a half an hour there, and then in Java it might take me the whole 2 days. Just half an hour job might take 2 days or maybe more than that. Again, I won't say that it's because of. Apart from that, there are like so many other features and all. Please go through that. Really helpful for all of you, whoever is thinking of interviews. Like someone can ask you, when it's an entry level job, they will ask you, why did you learn Django, or what are the things about Django which you really like and all. That can be a very naive and very simple question, but please make sure you are preparing these things, because these might be helping you to get that answer and get that first correct answer. Okay, because that is a very naive question which I also sometimes ask, that okay, tell me what things do you like about Django, or what exactly in the long run, why did you pick Django, and all those things. Those really help. Cool. So what we'll do is just I'll take you people through what you need to do. Is you need to either install it this way, that pip install Django. This will install the whole Django package in your system, and from there you can start working. Let me quickly explain you folks what exactly is virtual environment and how that is going to be helpful for you people. And yeah, cool. So let's see. Okay, now whenever you're working in your system, this is your local system, right? So this is something which most of you might have found, that when you're working with pandas or what is pandas? Pandas is again a data science. If you're working with data science, you might have already heard of it. If not, still you would have definitely heard about pandas because there is a lot of craze going on there. So what happens is you have a package, right? That package is written in 1.x and then someone has 2.x. Now what happens? Let's say you are learning a concept of machine learning. Let's simple take machine learning on. Okay, let's say you are, what you have done is you are working on a basic classification. Okay, so classification problem. Now in the classification problem, you got a assignment in which you had to do the most basic classification. That what's the most basic classification generally you people do is, I think, that flower concept, right, where you have to figure out the flower. Yeah, okay, so you have said that, oh, you need to do a classification of the assignment and all. That's what you are doing. Now you know that you need 90% accuracy and somewhere you need 95% accuracy, and both of them have got different parts, right? So now to work with this whole classification problem, someone taught you in the class and you understood, but still, let's say you wanted to know, I will learn it better. What you would do is, I will now go to the internet, copy some other someone else's code, and I want to learn it in my system. So what you would do? Generally, most people might have used Jupyter Notebook. In Jupyter Notebook, this problem generally doesn't arise because it already is confined into certain environments. But let's assume when you were given this assignment, pandas 2.x is required, but when this person was doing, okay, XYZ classification was released, that time what happened? Panda 1.x was there. Okay, though most of the code might be same, few functions will be changing, but you will know, right? Like let's say you are using Windows 7 and Windows 11. Certain times you cannot install few applications in Windows 7. Why? Because they are saying Windows 11 is required or Windows 10 is required. Same concept is happening here. When you are working here in your local system, you need pandas too, but then the application which you have, like the code which you have seen, that needs pandas 1. So when you run it, it will find error. So how can you run it? That's where the virtual concept comes in. Now what happens here? Whenever you install Python, okay, in your system, Python is always installed in the global space. Okay, so here whenever you type Python will be installed in the global space. So how do you know that? Okay, so this is my terminal. Okay, so let's say I do Python. What do I see? I see my Python is having 3.7, right? So when I'm typing simple Python command, then what I see is, I see this as 3.7 version, 3.7.3. But maybe I am doing a project. What is the latest Python version which is going? Now it is 3.9.2, I believe. Yeah, sorry, 3.9.6 is the latest version, but I'm using 3.7.3, right? So let's say some new application is there which wants 3.9.6. That's there. Some application requires 3.8.21. Some other application requires 3.7.4. Okay, there are so many applications requiring it. Also, let's say here when I'm working now Django, I need 3. I think 11 is going now. Okay, so Django 2.5 is somewhere required, but somewhere it is required Django 2.7. Django 2.1 is required. Here someone it is saying Django 3.1 is required. So you can see, right, different projects are having different requirements. Django different version, Python different version, so on and so forth, right? So how do you manage? You are having so many applications, but whenever you will hit Python, it will always give you Python 3.7.3, right? So that's where the beauty of virtual environment comes into picture. So now in virtual environment, I can say what Python version I will be starting to use. Okay, Cool. So what I'll do is I'll create a virtual environment. So for creating virtual environment, Python 3 minus v virtual environment. This is the syntax. Okay, simply I'll go here. I'll copy paste this. I don't need Python 3. I'll just say that, let's say this is the Python. Okay. So what happens now? Now it will create the virtual environment. Okay. Now in this virtual environment, okay, it's taking terribly. I will now say source tutorial in v in activate. Okay. So now what happens every time I do Python version, I'll see Python 3.7. Now I did a bad mistake. Rather, what I should do is Python virtual environment. Three point nine is something like that. Anyway, I'm not super handy with the syntax, so I'll quickly use PyCharm. Then I'll show you people what can be done. Okay, so let's say I'm having this thing. So what I do is I create a new project. Okay, so let's say I go here, I create a new project. Here, what I can select is I can select the base interpreter and all. So I can either select 2.2 or 3 or 1. Let's say I select this Python 3.3. And here, what I'll do is new. This is July batch, right? So let's say July in batch env. Okay, so when I select this and I go here and I do so now when I create this, we'll find the virtual environment automatically created using the like under the hood it will be using the VNV and other commands. Okay, so that is taken care of. Now, by the time it gets installed, what happens here is you are having different virtual environments set up here, right? So what these virtual environments would be doing is they're going to help you to figure out like, okay, let's say I'm using a project which needs 3.2.5, then it will be using on that version. Someone using 2.1 will use, and anyone using 3.1 will be using that. So you can have multiple projects with multiple dependencies working in parallel without conflicting any other project or any other dependency. Okay, so cool. It's still taking time. Cool. I think now this is set up. Yeah, I think so. They might have. If not, then you don't need to worry. It's just a single command. You don't need to do anything. Now, if you open PyCharm, you would be just change. Just a second now, like my system is actually rendering the whole thing. It will take just couple of minutes to do the whole loading part. Yeah, so now you can see this part, right? Like now it is having July batch. So if I do Python version, so what do I see? I see Python 3.9. But when I go here and I do Python version, what it is saying? It is saying this is Python 3.7, right? So I'm having now multiple different versions. Let's say I want to know the Django version. Okay, Django admin version. So here it is showing it is having a global version of Django 3.2.3, right? Let's say I go here and I do pip install Django double equal to 2.1. Okay, what happens now? Now in this environment, I will have only Django 2.1 installed. Okay, so now if I go here, yeah. So now if I do Django admin version, we'll find this as why is it this? it takes some time when you are initially doing it. This indexing takes some time, so that's why my system is a bit slow. So generally, my next session, from next sessions, this indexing and all won't be an issue. Okay, so if I do Django version, yeah. So you can see here it is showing 2.1, but here if I run the same Django version, it will show me Django 3.2.3, right? One thing here, you might ask me, hey, when you had run here, then why it was showing? So what happened is, I was using the same terminal, right? So before installing this, Django admin was what? It was Django 3.2.3, right? So that's why in this particular terminal, it was already loaded in the memory that this is 3.2.3. So when I installed it, it didn't overwrite, but when I go here, open a new terminal from now, every time I open it, it will be overwritten by 2.1. So yeah, that's the underlying explanation why I was seeing here this. Yeah, cool. So how you install this is how you install. So let's say now I go and I do pip install Django double equal to 3.2.0. okay, and I hit enter. So what happened here is it is now saying that, oh, I'm going to uninstall the 2.1 version, and then I will start installing 3.2.0. So as many times you want to uninstall, install and all in a virtual environment, it's not going to impact anything here. It's a global thing, right? Same way, if you have another virtual environment, it's going to be always separated out. Okay, so what happens here is let's say you are somewhere here and you are doing some update, so it won't affect anything out here or any project here or anything in global. So that's the beauty of using virtual environments, and highly recommend all of you to start using virtual environment. Don't do it on global space. You might face trouble or have certain issues.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Python Django training and certification mentored by industry experts. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So simply put, a web application is a software that can be accessed from a browser. Now, what is a browser? Well, a browser is an application with which you can browse websites. So we've got different browsers such as Mozilla Firefox, Google Chrome, and Internet Explorer. And with the help of these browsers, we can access a web application. Now, for communication to take place between any two entities, there has to be a proper set of rules between them for them to communicate. So let's say there are two people who want to communicate with each other. Now, for them to understand each other, they'd have to speak or they'd have to know the same language, and they'd have to speak the language with proper grammar, and only then they'd be able to understand each other. And same is the case when it comes to a web browser and web application. So both of them should know the same language, and both of them should follow the same rules when speaking that language. So these rules between the browser and the web application are known as protocols. So there are different protocols such as HTTP protocol and the FTP protocol, which help the web browser and the web application to communicate with each other. Now, a web application or a web server can host different web resources such as a PDF resource, a HTML resource, and a JSON resource. Now, a browser, if it wants access to these web resources, then it would send a request to this web application. Then this web application would access that particular resource and in response would give that resource to this browser with the help of these protocols. So let me reiterate this. This browser, by following those protocols, so it could either be HTTP protocol or the FTP protocol, it sends a request to this web application and it basically tells the web application that, so I'd want this PDF resource. So in response, the web application accesses this PDF resource and it gives to the web browser. So this is how a web browser is able to communicate with the web application. So now that we've understood what exactly is a web application, let's understand what is a web framework. Now, when it comes to most of the web applications, most of their core features remain the same. That is, most of these web applications require some sort of authentication. So they need some sort of security, and most of them require database connectivity and so on. So there are some core features which are common to all of these websites. Now, let's say you are building a website from scratch and you would have to build everything from start. So that would be a very tiresome and a very cumbersome task. You'd have to start off by giving in all of the security features by yourself, all of the database connectivity features by yourself. And that is a Herculean task. So this is where a web framework comes in. So you can consider a web framework to be a collection of different APIs and classes which would help you to build a website very easily. So a web framework consists of different features, such as it'll make your life very easier. So it provides you automatic features for working with the database, it'll provide you templates, and it'll also provide you security features. So let's talk about the first one, which is database. So with the help of a web framework, you don't have to establish the connection with the database all by yourself. So the web framework takes care of the database connectivity by itself, and it's a very easy task. Now the web framework also gives you a lot of templates. So what exactly is a template? Well, when a web browser sends a request to the web application, the web application has to return something. Now, when it returns, it has to have a proper template. So this is where different templates come in. So this is where you can actually choose how your response looks like, how your result looks like. And then obviously your web framework would provide proper security features. So when you're building a website, there is a very good chance that hackers out there might add in malicious links into your website. So this is where a web framework provides you proper security features so that it is not breached by any unwanted malwares or any unwanted attacks. Right.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Python Django training and certification mentored by industry experts. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So there are a lot of web frameworks out there, such as you've got Django, you've got Flask, you've got Pyramid, and you've got Web2Py. And in this course, we're going to learn comprehensively about the Django framework. Right. So let's understand some of the features of the Django framework. So Django is one of the most popular open source web frameworks built for Python. So with the help of Django, you can build web applications in a fast and simple way.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Python by answering this question. What do we use to define a block of code in Python language? A. Key. B. Brackets. C. Indentation. D. None of these. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So it wouldn't really take you much time to get started with Django, right? So let's say if you're building a website from scratch and if it takes you around 10 days to build a website, on the other hand, if you choose Django and you try to build your website, then it would take maybe 1 or 2 days to complete building your website. So Django is extremely fast to build your web applications. And the next feature of Django is it is secure of clickjacking and SQL injection. So what exactly is clickjacking? Well, as I've already told you, when you're building a website, there are a lot of cases where hackers might try to add some sort of malicious links in your website. So this is where Django provides foolproof methods to secure for clickjacking, right? So there would be absolutely no chance for a hacker to add malicious links into your web application. And also Django provides security for SQL injection. So what is SQL injection? Now you guys also know that database is the most important feature when it comes to backend websites. So there might be cases where a hacker might want to get into the database which is connected with the website. So if he gets into the database, then he'd have the entire access of all of the users and their entire information. So this is where Django provides security so that no hacker is able to penetrate your database. Now Django also provides scalability. So what do I mean by this? So let's say if you start off by 10 users when you're building the website, but then again your web application becomes a hit and your number of users keep on growing. So from 10 users, let's say your number of users go on to around 1000 users. Now to have this capacity of 1000 users, your website or web application has to scale up, and Django helps you with that. And finally, obviously Django helps in database integration. So with the help of Django, you can connect with either MySQL or SQL Server. So it becomes extremely easy for your web application to be connected with the database. Right. Now let's look at some of the famous companies which use Django framework. So we've got Instagram, Dropbox, Pinterest, and Spotify. So all of these major companies out there are using Django to maintain their websites. Right. Now let's go ahead and actually install Django into our system. So the prerequisite while installing Django needs to be that we actually have Python installed in our system. So to see if Python is installed in our system, we need to go to command prompt and we need to type in this command. So Python space hyphen version. So we'll go ahead and we have to type in this command, and if this gives in a Python version, then it would mean that Python is installed in our system, else it is not. Now after that, we'd have to go ahead and install Django into our systems with this command, which is pip install Django. Right. Now let me actually go to command prompt. So I'll just type in cmd over here and let me check my Python version. So I'll type in Python space hyphen version. Right. So I see that Python is installed and the Python version is Python 3.7.4. Now to install Django into my system, all I have to do is type in pip install Django. Now since I already have Django installed in my system, I'll not go ahead and click on enter. Right. Now that we have installed Django into our systems, let's go ahead and create our first Django project. So to create a new Django project, we'd have to use this command over here, Django admin start project, and then we'd have to give in the name of the project. So over here, the name of the project is website. So when we go ahead and run this command, this will create a new folder from where we started the command prompt. Now, if we go into this folder website, this would comprise of another folder with the same name as the root directory. So the name of the root directory was website, and inside this there'll be another folder with the name website. And this folder comprises of all of these files. So it'll have an init file, a settings.py file, a urls.py file, and wsgi file. Right. Now let's actually go ahead and create a Django project. So let me type in the command. So the command was Django-admin. After this, I'd have to type in start project and then I'd have to give in the name of the project. So the name of the project is website. So I'll click on enter. Now let me go to desktop and see if this has been created. Right. So over here we see that there is this new folder with the name website. I'll go inside this, and as we saw in the PPT over here, we have this folder website and the name of this folder is the same as the root folder, and there is another .py file with the name manage, and I'll go inside this. Now this has all of these files over here. So there is init.py, settings.py, urls.py, and wsgi.py. Now let's actually understand all of these files in PyCharm over here. So starting with init.py, so this file basically makes sure that our folder is treated as a package, right? So this init.py, this over here makes sure that this website folder is actually treated as a package and not just as any other folder. Then we've got the settings.py file. So the settings.py file comprises of different settings. So we've got the security, so we've got the secret key over here to launch our app. And then we've got different settings. So these are the settings for the installed apps over here. So these are the different installed apps. And then we've got the middleware for the security purpose. After that, we've got the list of templates over here. So these are the different settings in this settings.py file. And then we have this urls.py file. Now, every website or every web application has different URLs. So when you open a website and you scroll through different tabs of it, what you're basically doing is you're scrolling through different web apps or you're scrolling through different URLs over here. And this, what you see are the list of the URLs which are present in that website. So let me actually give an example of this. So over here, I am at this site intellipaat.com blog, and this is the URL. Now what I'll do is I'll open this first link. Right, so over here, this is the next URL over here. What is natural language processing? Now similarly, let me open this tab over here. So over here, the URL which you see is ETL tutorial for beginners. Now, these are just URLs which are given inside this list over here, right? So this is why the urls.py file is used to give in the list of all of the URLs of your resources. And then we have the wsgi.py file. So this basically stands for Web Server Gateway Interface, and it is used to establish a connection between the web application and the web server. So for that communication to take place properly, wsgi.py file is used. And then we finally have the manage.py file. So this is actually used to run the server and add different users to the web application.
Just a quick info guys. Test your knowledge of Python Django by answering this question.
What is the value of debug when the website is online or deployed? A. False. B. True. C. None. D. Null. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So now that we've looked at the core files of our project, let's understand about URL mapping and views. So let's say if there is a match of that resource in the urls.py file, then the urls.py file would call a view. Now this view is nothing but functions or classes which take a web request and return a web response. Now let's again understand URL map. So we've got a user who requests for a resource from this browser over here. Now that resource could be anything. So it could be a tutorials page, it could be a blog page, or it could be any other page. So this request is sent to this urls.py file. So the URL over here is tutorials.urls. So if it is found in this urls.py file, then it will invoke a function from this view. And this view would respond with that particular resource to this browser. So this is what basically happens when a browser sends a request to the web application. Right, so now we'll go ahead and create our first Django app. Right, so we'd have to open our command prompt and go to the same directory where we created the project, and we'd have to enter that directory. And now after that, we'll type in dir just to make sure that we have the project name in the manage.py file. And then we'll use this command over here. So the command is python manage.py run server, and this will boot up our web server. Right, and this is what we get. So we'd have to use this link over here, go to this link, paste it in our browser location, and we'd have successfully launched our project. Alright, so let me actually do this. So let me go inside the project. So I'll type in cd website. Now let me type in dir over here. So I see the name of the directory, which is website, and I also have the manage.py file. Now I'd have to launch the server. So to launch the server, I'd have to type in python, and then I'd have to give in manage.py. After that, I just have to type in run server. So this is where the project would be open. I'll copy this over here and I'll paste this. I'll click enter. Right, so we have successfully launched our project. So we see that the install worked successfully. Congratulations. Now let's say I want to add a new web application to my website over here. So what I'll do is I will go inside this project over here. So I'll just open command prompt and I'll exit this. So to exit, I'd have to press Ctrl C. Now I'll open another command prompt. So from over here inside this project, I will type in cmd and I'd have to create a new web application. So to create a new web app, this would be the syntax. So I'll type in python manage.py. After that, I'll type start app and given the name of the app. So let's say the name of the app is tutorial. Right, so I've successfully created this new folder inside my parent directory. Right, so initially we did not have this tutorial folder over here. After running this command python manage.py start app tutorial, we have created a new folder with the name tutorial. Now let me also open PyCharm. So you see that we have this new folder over here which comprises of all of these files. Now if you look closely, one file is missing from this tutorials folder, which is the URLs folder. So I'll go ahead and have a copy of this. So let me go to the parent folder over here. Right, so let me open website. I'll copy this URLs folder and go inside the tutorial folder and paste it over here. Now I have the urls.py file inside my tutorial folder as well. Right, so now I'd have to create a new web application where I actually want the web page to just show this text. This is Sparta. So let me see how that can happen. So let me start off by going into this urls.py file. So this is what we have over here. Now this is the initial URL. Now instead of this, what I want is I want this to print something. So I'll type in path over here, and since this would be returning from the home page, I'll just put in single quotes over here. So if I put in single quotes as the first argument, this means that I'm returning something from the home page. And then I'd have to add a view. As we saw in the previous slides, for the web application to return something, it needs a view. So I'll type in views dot, and then I'll give in the name of the function, which would be home. So I'll type in name equals home. Now after this, we also have to import views. So I'll type in from all import views. Right, so all of the errors have been removed over here. Now I'll remove this one over here. So this, what you see, is just a list of all of the URLs which are present in this web application. Right, now after this, we have added this view over here, but we don't actually have this view inside this view.py file. So let me go ahead and add the function. So I'll type in def, and then I will name the function as home, because in this urls.py file I have given the name of this view as home. Alright, so let me go to this view. Now since we know that a view actually takes a request from a web browser, right? So web browser sends a request to this view, and this view in response returns something. So I'll just type in request over here, and inside this I'll give in the body. So this has to return something, but since the request is in the form of HTTP, the return or the response also needs to be in the form of a HTTP protocol. So I'll use the function HTTP response over here, and inside this, what I want the home page to return is this text. So this is Sparta, and this is what the home page will show when I open it. Right, now again we have this error over here because we actually have to import this. So I'll type in from django.http import HTTP response. Right, so this is also done. Now the last thing which we have to do is we have made the changes in the urls.py file of our web application, but we also have to add this link in our main project over here. Right, so I'll go into the urls.py file of my main project, and inside this I'll again add a path, and over here I'll put in single quotes over here. So this would mean that this is the main page, and to this main page I have to include the tutorials page. So include tutorial.urls. So I'll put in a comma over here, and I'd also have to import the include method. So I'll include this. Right, so we have everything set up. Now what I'll do is I'll open command prompt again, run the project, and see what happens. So I am inside my project over here. So I'll type in Python manage.py run server. Alright, now let me copy this over here and let me paste it again. So we have successfully created this web application where our home page shows this text. This is Sparta. Now just for practice, let me actually create another project and another app over here. So this time I'll name this project as Sparta. So we all know the command. So that would be Django-admin start project. After this, I'd have to give in the name of the project, which would be Sparta. So let me go to desktop. Right, so we have successfully created this new folder with the name Sparta. I'll go inside this, and this is what we have over here. So we have this manage.py file, and we also have this Sparta folder, and it comprises of these 4 files, which we know what exactly are. Alright, now I'd have to go ahead and create a new web app inside this. So I am over here. Now let me go ahead and type in cd Sparta. Now let me type in dir. So we see that we have this manage.py file, and we also have this Sparta folder. Now inside this I'd have to create a new web app. So I'll type in Python, and then I'd have to give in the manage.py file. After this I'll type start app and give in the name of the app. So the name of the app is, let's say 30. So I'll just hit enter. Now I've created this new folder 30, which comprises of all of these files. Now again, this does not have the urls.py file, so I'll open the Sparta folder. I'll copy this and I will paste it inside this 30 folder over here. Now let me go ahead and open this with PyCharm. So we have this folder over here. So this is our main folder, and this is the web app over here. And this is the urls.py file of the main project, and this is the urls.py file of our web application. Now I'd have to add a URL over here. So I'll type in path, and since this is being redirected from the home page, I'll just put in single quotes over here, and then I'll have to type in the view which would return something. So view dot, and this time I'll just name it to be Sparta again. And after this, so this actually has to be views and not view, and then the name as well, I'll give this as Sparta. Right, so over here I'd have to import the views method. So from all import, I'd have to type in views. Right, so we have made the changes to the urls.py file of this web app. Now I'll go to the views.py file and let me create the method over here. So def, and then I'd have to give in the name of the view, which would be, let me just confirm over here. So the name of the view is Sparta. So def of Sparta, and this takes in a request over here. So I'll type in request, and this would return something, and the return would be in the form of HTTP response. So I'll type in HTTP response, and the response would be we are 300. Now let me go ahead and import this from Django.http import HTTP response. Right, so we have also made the changes in the views.py file, and we'd have to make the final change which is in the urls.py file. So over here I'd have to import the include method and also add in a new path over here. Right, so now I'd have to include the final path over here. So let me put in tab over here, lb path, I'll put in single quotes over here, and after this I'd have to use the include method, and I'd have to include 30.urls. I'll just put in a comma over here. Right, so we have successfully created this web app. Now let me go ahead and run the manage.py file. So it'll be python manage.py, and I'll type in run server. Let me copy this link again and paste it over here. Right, so we have successfully created this web app where it states we are 300.
Here we will discuss the Capstone project for Django self-paced course. This project encapsulates all the concepts of Django that we have already discussed. So without any delay, let's take a look at the agenda. First of all, we will build a web application using Django Web Framework. Then we will extend a web application with REST API capabilities using Django Rest Framework. Alright, now let's see what are the softwares that need to be installed in our systems. First of all, Python should be there, Django should be installed, and then Django Rest Framework should be installed as well. For managing the database, we will be using MySQL. And last but not the least, you should have Postman or Insomnia to handle the HTTP requests. So let's start with the first part of our Capstone project. Here we are supposed to build a web application using Django Web Framework where users can see and post their thoughts. The first requirement is the web application will have a dashboard or home where latest posts will appear. Second requirement is in order to post thoughts, one has to be a registered user. So that means we need to create a registration form. Third requirement is user needs to be logged in order to see their profile in the navigation bar. So that means we need to create a login logout system as well. Fourth requirement is user can post new thoughts from their profile only. So that means we are supposed to create a profile for users. Fifth requirement is from database latest post will appear in the dashboard. And the sixth requirement is users should be able to log out once they are done. And that is part of login logout system itself. So yeah, let's get our hands dirty and let's start with the project. Alright, let's go ahead and create a new project. We'll head on to command prompt. We'll run this command Django admin start project, and we'll name this project as project. Hit enter. So this command will create a project directory inside the directory that we are running the command prompt from. So yes, this project directory has been created. Let's go back to our command prompt and go inside this project directory. Project. Yes, we are inside project directory, and now we are gonna start an application. And let's say the application is called home, which will be our main application. And we'll run this command python manage.py start app and hit enter. Alright, so let's go back to the directory. Yes, home application has been created for us, but before moving ahead, let's go inside this directory. And as you can see, one file has been missing here, which is urls.py. And let's go inside project directory and copy and paste this file over there. Now, in order to perform further operations, I will open PyCharm. Alright, before moving ahead, I have to perform some changes inside this settings.py file. So I will be changing the database from the default one, which is our SQLite tree, to MySQL. And then I have to add the database name here in place of the default one. Let's keep it project. And then I have to add the user, which is my root. And then I have to add the password here as well. Here password is empty, so I'll leave it blank. And then I'll add the host, which is my local host. And then I have to add the port number as well, which is gonna be 3306. And last but not the least, I have to add one option here so that I can prevent data loss from my database. And it goes like this: option, and inside the dictionary we have to add command set SQL mode to strict transtable. Okay, and yes, so this is our configuration for MySQL database. We have to perform one more configuration here. Since we have created a new application called home, we have to let Django know that we have a newly created application in our project, and in order to do that, we have to add it inside the installed apps list. And let's add it here. Yeah, and we are good to go. And before we run our server, let's go ahead and create the database that we just added here. And let's open XAMPP and run Apache server and MySQL. Let's click on admin. It will lead you to localhost php myadmin page where you can create a new database, and let's name it as project, and let's create it. Alright, so we have a database here called project, and now let's go ahead and open command prompt and let's run our server. Run server, hit enter, and yes, our server is running in this address. And let's go ahead and see how does it look. We will be building our web application in this web server. So let's go ahead and start our development process. First of all, we'll be setting the URLs path so that we get to see the home page of our web application when we land on our Django's development page. Alright, let's go back to our project and let's go inside projects, urls.py. First we'll include here, and then we'll set the URLs path for our development page, and we have to keep it blank, and we'll include. So here we'll be including home applications URL. So basically this command will point to the home applications urls.py file, and there we have to add another URL path so that we get to see a view when we land on the home page. But before we add a view here, we have to import the views inside the views.py file. So let's go ahead and import from .import views. Alright, now we will add one view. Let's say we call it home. We have not created any views yet. We have to create it afterwards, and let's name it home. Alright, now let's go to our views.py file, and we don't have any views here, so we have to create a view called home. Alright, and it will take a request obviously, and we will be rendering template or a view that will show up in the development page. So we will render the request and it will return, let's say, a template called homepage.html, and then we don't have any context here. Let's keep it blank. Alright, so this is our view, but since we might have noticed here that we don't have any HTML files or any template files created yet, so let's go to our project and create a directory here for our templates. We'll store all of our templates here. Let's go inside the template and create a HTML file. Let's create the base file here, and from that base file we will be inheriting all the templates inside our template folder. So let's create another HTML file. Let's say homepage. Yes. Alright, now let's go inside base.html directory, and we will add the tags here. Let's say a block called title, and we will end the block here. End block title, sorry, end block title, and similarly we'll be adding another block here for our content. So block content, let's keep it blank as of now, and let's end our block here. Alright, now let's go to our homepage.html. Let's remove this and let's extend the base file. Extends, and here base.html. Alright, now inside the title block, block title, we want to add a title here. Let's end it. Let's say post your thoughts. Post your thoughts, and then we will be having some content obviously, and as of now let's try a simple one. Block content. Let's end the block content here, and let's add something. Let's say inside a paragraph we will add hello everybody. Hello everybody. Alright, so we have created our templates inside the folder called template, but Django doesn't know it yet. So in order to tell Django that we have created another folder called template inside our project, and when you are looking for templates, you need to go and open this folder called template. In order to do that, we have to go inside this project's settings.py folder and make some configurations inside this templates. We have to follow this format. Let's copy this and paste it inside, and we will just name our folder, which is template. Alright, so Django can tell that it will look for templates inside this template folder. Now let's go back to our command prompt. Let's run this server again. Yes, this server is working. Let's go back to our command prompt and run our server again. And it's working, it seems. And let's refresh it, and there seems to be a problem here. Alright, so in this file we have a syntax error. Let's go back to our project inside. So let's remove this space here. Yes. Alright, let's run our server again. Let's go back to browser and refresh it. Yes, it's working fine. As you can see, our title has been displayed here and our content is being displayed here. So let's go back to our project and start developing the web application that we are supposed to build. Alright, now let's go ahead and create a navigation bar option inside our web application. And in order to do that, we'll go inside template folder and create another HTML file. Let's call it navbar. Hit enter. Let's remove this and extend our base file here. Base.html file extends base.html. Alright, that's inside the block content. We will add our navigation bar. So let's just end the block here and no space and block content. And then inside this we will create our navigation bar. Let's keep it unordered list, and inside this we will have a list of options that we want in our navigation bar. For example, home, user profile, about, login, registration, things like that. As of now, let's create list, and inside that we want our home option. As of now, let's keep the href to blank, and let's say we want to display there the about option as well. And in order to do that, we have to create this another list called about, and yeah, and then we want user registration form option here as well. And so in order to add it, we will add the registration form option here. Let's keep it blank. Let's call it sign up. Alright, as of now, let's see if it is working or not. And let's go back to our home page. Let's include the navigation bar HTML file here. So we will include the navbar.html inside the block content, remember. So we would include our navigation bar option inside the home.html page. So let's go back to our server and refresh it. Yes, you can see our navigation list has been displayed over here, and we will customize it, but we got to know that this is working. But in order to customize it, we have to create a CSS file. But we will make this project structured, and in order to keep it clean, we will create another directory. Let's call it static. Alright, let's go ahead and create this static file, and here we will be storing all of our CSS images or JavaScript files. So let's go inside this and create a file. In fact, let's create a folder called CSS so that we can keep it clean. And alright, now inside this I will create one file called bootstrap.css. hit enter, and since we are not focusing much on the front end part, so I'll just add one simple CSS file over here, and you can pause the video and watch the configurations here. Alright, so I will paste it over here and save it. Alright, now we have a folder called static, and inside this we have a CSS directory where we are storing one simple bootstrap CSS. And in order to tell Django that we have this static file inside our project, what we are going to do is we have to configure it, and in order to do that we have to go inside settings.py and perform one simple configuration. I'll just copy the configurations here and I'll explain it what's going on.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Python by answering this question. What do we use to define a block of code in Python language? A. Key. B. Brackets. C. Indentation. D. None of these. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So this configuration is for Django to create one folder called assets, which will be the static root, and this assets folder will be basically the replica of the folder that we have stored our static files in, which is static. So and every time we modify the static folder, we have to perform one command in command prompt to update the assets folder as well. Now let's go ahead and save this, and let's go back to our command prompt and let's clear the screen, and now let's perform the command that I was talking about. Python manage.py collect static, hit enter. As you can see, 20 static files copied to assets. Alright, now if you go back to the project, you can see one folder called assets has been created for us. So inside this we have the CSS file, and if you click here you can see the CSS file here. Now let's go back to our command prompt and let's run our server. Python manage.py server, enter. Yes, it's working fine. Now let's go back to the browser and see if the changes are reflecting. Okay, I think we have made some mistake here. Alright, let's check here. Okay, the link has to be added inside the block content. Yeah, let's save it. Let's refresh it. As you can see, we have the navigation bar over here, and let's go ahead and create a registration form, user registration form. So I'll head back to my project. Now let's go ahead and create a new application called users, where we will be creating our user registration forms, login logout systems, things like that. So let's go ahead and head on to our command prompt. Let's stop this server for a while and let's create one application. Python manage.py start app. Let's name it users, hit enter. Alright, let's go back to our project. Yes, users has been created for us. Now let's copy and paste our urls.py from project. Let's head on to our project and let's open projects, copy and then paste it over here. Alright, let's refresh it. Let's go back to our project. Users.py has been added in the users application as well. So before moving ahead, we have to add this newly created application inside the installed apps list. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's hit enter and add our newly created application over here. Alright, let's save it, and now we will go inside users views, and we will create one view that will show the user registration form. So in order to do that, I will import the user creation form from Django.contrib. Oh my bad. Contrib.auth.forms, and we will import the user creation form. Let's create our view now. Let's call it register, and it will take the request. And alright, so we want this view to render one form context. So in order to do that, I will store my user creation form inside this instance. Let's call it form, and let's do that, and let's return request. Well, we are gonna render one template here as well, so let's name it register .html. Now we are going to render the context that I was talking about, the form context. So in order to do that, I will have to add it inside a dictionary, and alright, I have to add a render here. So let's go ahead and create this template so that we can render this inside our view, and we will add it inside the template directory. HTML file, register, the same name that you have given over there. So enter, delete all this, and now we are going to extend the base file over here. Extends base.html, enter. Now let's load the static folder as well, and load static. Now we will add the navigation bar over here. Now let's start our block content. Let's start block content, and then we will add the navigation bar over here. Nav bar.html. Next thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start a div so that I can separate my form from the navigation bar. Div. So now I'm gonna add my form inside this directory. Let's go ahead and create the form. I will start the form tag here. Now this form will be taking post method. Since we are using post method here, so we have to add the CSRF token over here in order to avoid the cross-site request forgery, and this token looks like this, CSRF token. Now I'm gonna add the field set over here where I will be rendering my form context inside this field set. Let's go ahead and render our form.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Python Django training and certification mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
And I will be rendering it as paragraph. So before this form context, I want to display one simple text. Let's say I'm going to add one legend over here, and I want it to display join now. And let's go ahead and save this. But we have only created the form over here, but we have not added any button for users to submit the form. So let's go ahead and create a button, and let's add the button tag over here. So I want this button to have button class, and also I want it to be of type submit let's go ahead and write the text I want inside the button. Let's say sign up, and yes, let's save this, and let's go back to our URL. So we have to add one URL for this view that we have just created for user registration form. Now let's go ahead and add one URL path for the user registration form that we have just created. And let's head on to users, and let's remove this, and in place of home.urls I will just add the view that I want to be rendered over here, the view. Alright, let's import the view first from .import. So I want the register view to be rendered over here. Let's name it register. Alright, now let's go ahead and add the URL path that will be pointing to our users urls.py. So we have to go inside projects folder, and we will be adding another URL path over here for our register form. So we will add register, and we will include the users.urls folder, and let's save it. Alright, and now let's go ahead and create the user registration form and the login logout system. And for that I will head on to users views.py, and I will import. Let's go ahead and create user registration form, and first of all I will create one new Python file over here. Let's say forms, and inside this I will add my registration form. First of all, let's go ahead and import forms from Django. Let's import forms. Now I will be importing user creation form, and basically Django contrib.auth.forms import user creation form. So basically this user creation form will have three fields: username and password 1 and password 2, but it does not have the emails field. So in order to do that, we will create one class over here. Let's name this new class as user register form, and we will be inheriting it from user creation form. Now we want the email field over here. So in order to do that, I will add this new instance called email, and I want my forms to have email field. Alright, now I'm gonna create one meta class over here, meta. So it's gonna have the model, which is built-in user model. So I have to import this user model before I can add it over there, and in order to do that I will import from Django contrib auth model import user. So let's import it, and we want the fields such as username, email, password 1 and password 2 to be displayed over there. So I'll mention it over here. Is equal to, I'll add it inside a list. So username and your email, then password 1 and password 2. Alright, let's go ahead and save it. Let's go to our views, where I will be creating the view for user registration form. Let's go ahead and import the form that we have just created. .forms import user register form. Alright, now let's go ahead and create our view. Let's name it a register. It will take a request, and yes, if the form request is post, then we will perform some operations such as checking if the form is valid or not, and if it is, then we are going to save it, and we want Django to redirect us to the login page once we submit the form. So if the request method is post, then I'm gonna check the validation of the form. So in order to do that, let's create one instance, form instance, using the user register form. And now I am ready to check if the form is valid or not. Form dot is valid. Then I am gonna save if the form is valid. All right. Now I want Django to redirect us into the login page once I submit the form. So in order to do that, I will just enter return redirect. But before I redirect it, I have to import the redirect function here. So let's, yes, all right, now it's working. Now let's go ahead with the condition else. If the request method is not post, we want the Django to display us the same form. So let's say form instance, and I want the user register form, and I want to return the same template. And let's go ahead and register.html, and I want to render the form instance over here. Alright, I have to remove one M from here. Alright, now I have my view for my registration form. Now let's go ahead and create this register.html template. And I also don't have a login page. I will also have to create it before I run my server. Let's go ahead and create a template now. Create a new HTML file. Let's name it register. Hit enter. Let's remove all of this and extend our base file over here. Things base.html. Hit enter, and then I will be importing the static file. I will be loading it. Load static, and then I will start my block content. Block content. All right, and my block and block content. All right, now inside this I will add my registration form, but before that I want the page to display the navigation bar as well. So let's go ahead and add the navigation bar. Include navbar.html. Alright, now let's go ahead and create the form. I want the form and the navigation bar to be separate. I don't want it to overlap, so I want to create a new div for my form. So I just started. Alright, let's go ahead and create a form here. So my form is gonna take the method post method, and since we are using a post method over here, we have to add the token CSRF token in order to avoid the cross-site request forgery. So we will add the token over here, CSRF underscore token, and yeah, let's go ahead and start a field set, and this will contain my form. So I want my form to be displayed over here. Let's display it as paragraph, and also I want to display one text inside this field set. Let's add a legend over here. Let's say join. Alright, now let's save it. But before we move ahead, we will add one style here so that the navigation bar and the registration form don't get overlap. So I will just add the styles, and let's say I will add one margin top, let's say 80 pixels, and I want the width of the form to be around 900 pixels, and let's say I want the margin to be set at 80 pixels and outer. Alright, now let's go ahead and save it. Now that we have the template as well as the view for our registration form, let's go ahead and create the URL. We will go to users.urls.py, and I will just remove it. So I want to render one view over here, my views. Alright, I have to import my view before I do that. From dot import views, now I can import my register view, and I will just name it register. Alright, let's save it, and I will go ahead and add one URL path in my main application, which is my project, and I will go to URLs so that this URL will lead or map to the users url.py folder. So let's go ahead and do that, register, and I will include the user URLs folder. Alright, let's save it. Alright, I have to add one comma over here, and now I can go ahead and save it. Alright, then let's go ahead and run our server, and I will restart it. It's working fine. Let's go to browser, let's refresh it, and now let's head to register. Okay, it's throwing an error here. Let's check what the error is. Alright, let's fix it in a second. Alright, let's check our forms. Yes, we have made a mistake here. Let's fix it. Then let's check our view. We need to add one request method here. Let's add the request post here, and I have to add parentheses here. So let's save it, and let's go back to our command prompt. Let's restart it. Okay, and let's refresh it. Yes, our registration form has been displayed over here, and but have you noticed one thing? We don't have a submit button here, and our registration form does not look pretty. But in order to do these things, let's go back to our project. First of all, I will import one package called crispy forms, which will enhance the user interface of the form. So let's go ahead and install it. In order to do that, I will run this command, pip install Django crispy forms, hit enter. It's gonna take a few seconds to install, and yep, we have already installed it. So let's clear the screen. Let's go back to our project, and I will import the crispy forms inside my register template. Let's go ahead and import it. Load crispy forms tags, and I'll remove this and add the filter over here as crispy. Alright, I have added the crispy tags filter here, but I need one more thing in my form. I need the submit button. So in order to do that, let's add button here. Let's start one div and I will start my button tag here, and I want this class to be button, and I want it to be of type submit. So I want the sign up text over there to be displayed. Let's add it, let's save it, and then let's restart our server. Python manage.py run server. Alright, it's working fine. Let's go back to our browser. Let's refresh it. Oh, it's throwing one error. Let's see. Load crispy forms tag. Alright, so load crispy forms tags. Okay, we are using hyphen, not underscore, so that's why it's showing an error. Let's fix it and then restart the server. Let's refresh it. Another error. Alright, so load crispy forms tags. So this is throwing one syntax error. Alright, the problem is we have not registered the crispy forms tags in our installed apps. So let's go back to our project and open settings. Inside this list we will add crispy forms, and I'm gonna save it. Let's go back and restart our server. It's again throwing one error. Alright, let's go back and again underscore here. Let's save it and let's restart our server. It's working fine. Now let's go back and refresh it. Yes, our sign up button is being displayed over here, and you must have noticed the form looks better now. So alright, we have the registration form. Let's try and giving an input over here. Let's say Intellipaat example.com. Alright, once we submit it, it's throwing one error because we have not created a login page yet, and we have mentioned our project to redirect us into the login page once we submit the registration form. So let's go ahead and create the login logout system. So yeah. Alright, let's go ahead and open our project. Let's go inside urls.py, and here we will import the login logout view that we have already built in Django. And first of all, let's just import the views from django.contrib.auth import views. So we don't want these views to be messed up with other views, so let's import it as auth views, and let's add the URL paths now. Let's say for login, then we will add the auth views, and here I will call the login view, and we want it as view, and I'm gonna render one template over here, and I'm gonna add the template name as login html.html. Alright, now one more thing, I will here add the name to be login. Alright, now similarly I will do the same thing for log out. All right, let's replace it with log out, then again log out view, then this would be our logout.html, and this is going to be logout. All right, but as of now I don't have any templates called login or logout, so let's go ahead and create these templates. And I will go inside my template folder, create one HTML file, call it login, and I will create another HTML file, log out. Let's go ahead and create our login.html page. First of all, I will extend the base file here.
Just a quick info guys. Test your knowledge of Python Django by answering this question. What is the value of debug when the website is online or deployed? A. False. B. True. C. None. D. Null. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now let's continue with the session.
Extend base.html. All right, now after this I will add the crispy form tags, load. All right, load crispy forms tags. Okay, let's load the static folder as well. All right, let's go ahead and start our block content. Block content, and let's end it over here, and block content. All right, now I will add my login form here. Let's start with a div, and I will start my form. So this is basically the same kind of form that we are using in register. So I'll just copy this and paste it over there, and yeah, so let's just copy and paste the style from here, and let's add the navigation bar here. Let's include the navigation bar, nav_bar.html. all right, now I have my navigation bar over here. I have my form, and my form is taking the post method, and I have added the CSRF token over here as well. So yeah, so instead of sign up, I'm gonna say log in. All right, now let's save it. Let's go to logout now. Let's clear everything here. Let's extend the base file. Extends base.html. Let's include the block content. Block content over here. Let's just end it right away. And block content. Now I'm gonna add the navigation bar over here. I'm gonna include nav_bar.html. Alright, next thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna display one message over here, and this is just gonna say you are logged in. Let's add it inside paragraph, and okay, let's save it. Now before we start our server, let's go ahead and do some configurations inside our main settings.py folder. We have to add one configuration here, and let's copy and paste it, and I'll explain what's going on over here. So basically here we are telling Django to use Bootstrap 4 for crispy template pack, and in these two lines we are saying that login page, once the login form is submitted, we want Django to redirect us to home, and login URL is defined here as login. Let's go ahead and start our server now. Let's stop it and clear the screen and restart the server. Hit enter. Alright, everything is working fine. Let's go ahead and start from the register page. Alright, we are in the register page. We are going to create one user. Let's say Intel1. Email ID is Intel1@sample.com. Let's create one password, say hit enter. So we are in the login page now, as you can see, but we will change this legend. And alright, let's just try and log in with the user that we have just created. Hit enter. Yes, we are in the home page now. We are logged in. So now we want the navigation bar to display logout and user profile option over here, so that we get to create our post from our profiles. And also once we are done, we can log out from here itself. So let's get back to our project, and now basically we are gonna create one user authentication system. So when the user is going to be logged in, the navigation bar will display options such as home, about, logout and user profile, not sign up and login, because user is already going to be logged in, right? And when the user is not logged in, we want the navigation bar to display options such as home, about, sign up and login option. So basically that is our requirement, and let's get back to the project. Let's open the navigation bar.html, and we will make some changes over here. So basically we want more navigation bar options over here. Let's copy and paste. So when the user is going to be logged in, we want home, about, profile and logout. But when the user is not going to be logged in, then we want it to display the sign up and login option as well, and login up. Alright, so my navigation bar should always have two options, which are home and about. Let's go ahead and separate these two, and okay, I'll be adding the URLs here as well. Let's go ahead and add it. URL, it should go to home and about. Okay, we don't have any about page yet, but I'm gonna create it after this. Alright, and then I'm gonna check if the user is authenticated. If it is, then will have options such as profile and logout in my navigation bar. So let's go ahead and add this condition: user is authenticated, then should display these two options. Yeah, so profile and logout, and I'll add the URL over here. I have to create user profiles after this. Yes, so profile is linked, then I'll add the URL to my logout page as well. So URL and logout. Alright, now if the user is not authenticated, then the navigation bar should display options such as sign up and login. So let's go ahead and add this condition: else display this. Alright, and I'll add the URLs over here, and it should go to user applications. Alright, it's inside user register, right? So let's go ahead and add the login page URL as well, and login. Yes, let's save it. So let's go ahead and create one new application called about, so that we can display our about view over there. And let's clear the screen. Let's start a new app, manage.py, start app. Let's call it about. Hit enter. Let's go back to our project, and as you can see, we have a new application over here. So I'll just head on to my project directory over here, and I'll just copy the URL file and paste it over there, application. So let's get back to the project. Yes, as you can see, my url.py file is copied over here. So now let's go ahead and add our new application in the configurations. Let's go ahead and open settings.py, and I'll add this new application in my installed apps list, and this is about. Alright, let's go ahead and create view and the template that we are gonna render over there. Let's go ahead and create the view. So over here, let's define a view function. Let's call it about. So it's gonna take a request and it's gonna render one HTML file which will be called as about.html, and we are not gonna pass any context over here. So let's go ahead and create the template, and I'll open template and create a new HTML file, and I'll call it about. Let's remove all of this and extend my base file over here. Let's start my blog content. Let's end it here.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Python Django training and certification mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Alright, let's go ahead and call the navigation bar as well. Let's include the navigation bar, include my navigation bar is in my nav underscore bar .html file. So I just want to display a simple sentence over here. I'll just add a paragraph tag, and let's say this is about us. Alright, so in my about page, this simple sentence will show up. Let's go ahead and create the URL path in my main application, which is project, and I will add one URL path over here for my about page, and this should go like this, about, and it will include my URLs file inside my about application. So basically, when somebody is gonna land in this URL path, it's gonna point to my URLs folder inside my about page. So let's go ahead and see what we have inside the URLs page. So we need to change this view. Our view about view is called about, and let's name it about. Alright, and we can remove this path from here, and let's save it. Let's go ahead and open our browser and just check if the about page is working out. Alright, let's run our server once again. Yes, we don't have any profile yet, so it's showing error. Let's just create the profile and then we'll check if the pages are working or not. So let's go ahead and create user profile. So now we want our user profile to display one form which will allow users to post their thoughts into the database. So basically, in order to do that, I have to create one model form, and in order to create the model form, I need to start with creating a model over here. So I'll just add a model with some fields inside my users application. So let's go ahead and create our model class. Let's call it post, and this should be a subclass of models.model. Yes. So let's say I want my model to contain some fields such as character field or text field. So I'll just copy and paste it over here, and I'll explain what's going on. My model contains a username, and which is a character field. The maximum length of my character field is 200. This cannot be null. So next I have the post title, and this will contain this is basically the character field as well. So the maximum limit is 200, and this cannot be null as well. Next I have post content. So this is going to be a text field, and here we don't need to mention any character limits. So since my post can have a big amount of characters, big number of characters, right, comparing to username and post title, so we are using text field rather than using character field over here. So next we have date published. So this is going to be a date field, and again last I have user profile link, where user can add their user profile or social media profile over here. So this is going to be a URL field. So these things can be null, but the main content cannot be null, such as username, post title, or post content. So let's go ahead and save it. Alright, now let's head on to forms, and let's create one model form over here. So first of all, let's go ahead and import our newly created model, which is post, and I will create a model form over here. Class, let's call it post form, and this is going to be a subclass of forms dot model form. Alright, now I want this parent class to have data from a meta class. So let's go ahead and create my meta class, and I will add the model as post that we have just created, and next the fields will have a list of fields such as username and post title, and then we have post content, right? Post content, what else is there? And date published and user profile link. Alright, then we have date published, and last one is user profile link. Alright, let's go ahead and save it. Alright, now let's head on to views and let's create a view over here. And before we create a view from the model form that we've just created, we need to import it from .forms import post form, right? Yes. So let's go ahead and create our view function. Let's define it as profile, and this is gonna be taking a request, of course, and then I can just copy and paste this part from here, and yeah, this is basically same, but I'll replace it with post form. This is going to take yes post request, and if the form is valid, it's gonna save it, but we are not gonna redirect it to anywhere. So we want the user profile to display a new model form where user can post another thought right after one thought has been posted. So in order to do that, I have to add form post form here, and so we will return and render, and then we will head on to profile template HTML. Then we will render context, which is going to be our form. Alright, let's go ahead and save this file. Add a space over here. Yeah, let's save it. So user can only access a user profile once logged in. So in order to add that extra functionality, so we will be using something known as decorator. So in order to do that, I will import from Django.contrib.auth and then decorator. So I will import the login required decorator, and I'm going to use it above this view function. And so this is gonna add one extra functionality to the function added right below it. So basically let's save it, and let's go back to our alright, wait, we need to create a profile template as well. Let's go ahead and quickly create profile template. So let's remove everything from here. Let's extend our base file. So let's start the block content, and let's end the block content so that we don't forget it afterwards. So end block content. So, and inside this I will include my navigation bar, include navigation nav bar.html. Alright, now so the form that we are going to display over here is going to look like this form, which will take, of course, post method. Then let's close the tag, and since we are using post method, we have to use CSRF token. Then I'm gonna render my form over here. Yes, we will load the crispy forms tags as well, so that our form looks nice. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's load crispy forms tags. Alright, let's add a filter over here, which is gonna say just crispy. Alright, let's move ahead, and we have to add one input here. So this is gonna be of type submit, and it's gonna save a value, and I will just save this. Alright, in order to avoid the overlapping of navigation bar and my rest of the forms, so I'll just include this inside a div, and this is gonna be over here, and I'll add some styles which I've already added in my rest of the forms. So let's just copy from one of them. Yes, let's copy and paste it over there. Let's save it, and now we can run our server again. Let's clear the screen. Let's run it again. Alright, before we run it, since we have modified the models .py file, we have to perform migration. So let's go ahead and perform migration first. Python manage.py make migrations, hit enter. So yes, you can see one migration file has been created for us. So let's go ahead and migrate it, manage.py and migrate. Let's hit enter, and yes, everything looks fine. Let's clear the screen and run our server. Run server, enter. Alright, everything looks fine. Let's go ahead to our browser, head on to our first page. Oh, it's throwing one error. Alright, so it's saying that we have not added an if in our template file. So let's go ahead to navigation bar. Yes, we forgot to add the and if tag over here. Let's end it and let's save it now, and let's go back to our command prompt. Let's run the server again. It says it looks fine. Let's hit enter. Another trouble. Alright, reverse for profile not found. So this is basically because yes, we have not added the profile URL yet. So let's go ahead and add it, and let's call it profile, and I will remove this from here, and I'm just gonna import the user views, and I have users import views. I'll import it as, let's call it users view. Alright, users view, and I'll add this inside my profile views. Users views dot profile is going to be my view. Alright, let's go ahead and name it. Let's call it profile so that our URL can detect it. Profile. Alright, let's save it, and now let's clear the screen and run server again. Let's go back to our browser. Let's hit enter. Yes, everything is working fine. Let's go ahead and log out. Yes, my logout option is not working. Let's see what happened here. Let's go back to our project and let's click on logout HTML. So alright, let's just go ahead and remove this part. I don't think we need that. Let's go ahead and save it, and let's go back to our command prompt. Let's clear the screen. Let's run the server again. It seems to be working fine. Let's refresh it. Alright, so we are in our home page, and the about page is also live, and let's just register it. Let's call it dummy1. Let's say dummy1 example.com. Alright, let's add a password. Alright, I messed up here. Let's go ahead and do this again. Alright, so I'm in. I can log in with dummy1, and let's go ahead and try login. Alright, so we are logged in. As you can see, my navigation bar is showing a profile and logout option over here. So let's just try and click on profile, and yes, I have a form where I can post my thoughts from. So, and I can click on logout. Okay, so this is showing you are logged in, but it should have been you are logged out. Let's just fix it, and you are logged out. All right, let's refresh it. Okay, so let's try and log in again, and we'll just try to post one of our thoughts here. Let's click on profile. Let's say dummy one is going to post something. Post name is something, let's say blah blah blah, and date published is 2019. Let's say 18. All right, let's go ahead and add a profile link. Let's say http://www.intellipaat.com. all right, let's save it, and as you can see, once we save it, a newly created or a fresh model form is displayed over here, so that we can post our new thought. So let's go ahead and log out. So basically we are going to render the post that we have just posted from our database to our dashboard or our home. So we are going to display it over here, and let's try and do that. So let's go ahead and head on to our home application, and we need to create one view over there. So basically we are going to be using a class based view, so which is a generic built-in view provided by Django. So we're going to import it, Django.views.generic, and import the list view. All right.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Python by answering this question. What do we use to define a block of code in Python language? A. Key. B. Brackets. C. Indentation. D. None of these. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Let's go ahead and create a context over here, so that we can, let's say context 1, and I'll add it inside a dictionary. Let's add a key value, say post, and I'm gonna be displaying all the objects from the post. All right, let's go ahead and render this context, and I'm just gonna say context 1. all right, so this is gonna be posting. All right, I need to import my post over here as well, since I'm using my post model here. So basically I will just import, then from there I will import models, and from there I'll import the post. All right, so now I will just go ahead and create the class post list view, and I will inherit it from list view, and let's add some data here. Let's call it model, and this will be post, and the template name is gonna be my homepage.html. All right, let's remove this extra space over here, and now I need to add a context object name, which is gonna be the post that I was adding the key name here. Yeah, this is gonna be my context object name, and then I am gonna be displaying all the objects according to the date published. All right, so let's just say date published Alright, so let's just save it and let's go back to our home template. I will open it. Now I will add the section for displaying my post over here. So let's go ahead and copy this part and I'll explain what's going on over here. So yeah, so once we land on our home page, it's gonna say hello everyone and here are your recent posts after this. So basically here we are looping over the object which is called post, and we are going to be displaying one post at a time inside this division. So say I want to display the post title from my post object, so I'll be using this tag which is going to be called as post title. So similarly for for displaying the date published, we'll be using this tag, and for post content I have used one paragraph and styled it a bit. You can just copy it and or you can style it on your own. So let's just go ahead and see our, yes, if we want to display the username as well, so we can similarly use this tag. So let's say we want the user's profile linked over there as well, so we can use this tag inside a tag. So basically this is the configuration that we had to do inside our home.html page. So let's go ahead and refresh our command prompt. So let's just run the server once again, enter. Let's go ahead and refresh it. Alright, we are getting one error over here. Alright, so let's go back to our project and let's see inside home views.py. Okay, this should be objects, not object. So let's save it and let's go back to command prompt and let's clear the screen and let's run the server once again. Python manage.py and run server. Alright, so it looks fine. Let's go back to the browser, enter. Okay, so inside the template we missed one thing. We forgot to end the follow. So let's go ahead and, yes, we forgot to end the follow. Let's end it over here. And alright, let's save it. Let's refresh it. Yes, it looks fine, and the post that we posted from dummy1 is being posted over here. So alright, let's go back to our project, and so now let's post another one and let's use the same account. Alright, let's go ahead and add on to profiles. Let's say dummy1 is again posted something new. Then let's say date published, let's say 2019 and let's say 19. Alright, let's just add one again. Let's just add simple URL and let's go to our home. Yes, as you can see, our new post is being displayed over here. Alright, then everything looks fine here. Let's go ahead and create the API and head on to our project. Yes, let's go ahead and create a new application for API. Let's clear the prompt and let's create a new application. Python manage.py start app and let's name it API. Enter. Let's go back to project. As you can see, API has been created here, and let's copy and paste the URL over there. Alright, let's copy the urls.py and paste it over there. Alright, let's go back to our project. So before we move forward, we have to install Django Rest Framework. So in order to do that, we have to head on to our command prompt. Let's go ahead and do that. Pip install Django Rest Framework. All right, hit enter. So yeah, I have a Django Rest Framework already installed. If you don't have it, then here's the command that you need to use. So let's go ahead and go back to our project. First of all, we'll be creating one new Python file over there, and let's name it serializer. Hit enter. So what I'll be doing here is I will import the post model from my users model, and also I will import REST framework and the serializers. So basically I'll be using model serializer to serialize the data. So basically what's happening here is model serializer will serialize the data of post model into JSON format. So basically I'm trying to create one serializer here with the name post serializer, and I will be inheriting it from model serializer. So, and the data that I'll be passing here is going to be provided by meta class. The model is going to be post, and the fields that I want here are let's name this fields here, username, then I have post title, then I have date published, yes, and also I have user profile link. Did I miss something? And yeah, I missed the post content. Let's add it over here. All right, let's go ahead and save it. So basically we will be serializing these data into a JSON format. So let's save it. Now I will head on to views.py and I will create a view set for our API. So here I will be importing the post model, and let's do that. First of all, I will use users.models import post post, and then I will also import the serializer that we've just created, serializers, and import. All right, this is going to be dot serializer, not the inbuilt serializer. I will import the serializer that we've just created, post serializer. All right, and last but not the least, I have to import the model view set that I'll be using over here, and this is inside REST framework dot view set, import model view set. All right, let's go ahead and create our view set, and let's create it post view set, and I will be inheriting it from model view set. Now let's go ahead and type the query set over here, and I will be using the data from post model. I want objects, all objects from post model, and I want it ordered by ID. So ordered by sorry, this is going to be ordered by and ID. So let's say I want first 10 values, so this is going to be mentioned over here. So then I will be mentioning which serializer class that Django needs to use. So the serializer class that we just created over here, so let's mention it over there, and let's save it. Alright, now let's go ahead and set the URLs. So basically in APIs we don't use the conventional URL format, so we are going to be using routers instead. So let's go ahead and let's remove all of this, and let's go ahead import Rest Framework, and from there we'll import the routers, and we'll be using simple router over here. So from views we will be views, we will be importing the post view set that we just created. So we will create an instance from the simple router, and this is going to be simple router, and then we will register the router dot register, and we will pass the post and the post view set. So this is gonna be our additional URL path that API is gonna create for us. And last thing we need to do is URL pattern setting. URL patterns is gonna be your router.urls. So that's it. Let's save this, and before moving ahead we have to register this API inside our main application. Let's go ahead and do that. So we'll just register it API. Now let's go ahead and run our server just to check if things are working fine. Manage.py run server. Yes, everything is working fine. Alright, now in order to check the request method such as post or get, we will be heading to one software called Postman. Let's open it. Yes, we are inside this software, and let's create one request. Let's name it test1, and we want it inside. Okay, I have already one project folder, and I will save this project, and I will add the URL over here, and I'll copy and paste it over there. Okay, but we didn't register the API URL in our main application, so let's go back and register the application URL here. Yes, we forgot to add it. Let's add the URL for our API, and this is gonna include API.urls. Alright, let's save it. We have a error here. Let's see what it is. Okay, we need to add a comma here. Let's save this project, and yes, everything is working fine. Let's go back to Postman and let's send a request. Alright, we will be sending request. Let's call it API and post. Since we have mentioned the URLs here as post, and we will be sending the request using this. So let's go ahead and send get request, and let's see. Yes, we have two data records here, and these records are displayed over here. Alright, let's go ahead and send a post request, and in order to do that I will select post here, and I will go to body, and I will select form data, and here I will add my fields. My field names are username, post title, post content, date published, and user profile link. Alright, let's add some values here. Let's add the username to be Intellipaat, and let's say this is a blog post, and let's say post content is Python Django. Date published is 2019 10/08. Let's add the URL path to the www.intellipaat.com. Alright, let's go ahead and send this post request. Alright, this is done. In order to check if this post request has been sent successfully or not, let's go ahead and create another GET request. And as you can see, our new post has been created successfully.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Python Django training and certification mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So let's start off with a quick introduction to the Django template. So as we saw in the previous module, so if we wanted to respond something or we wanted to show something on the home screen, then we use this HTTP response, and inside this we just wrote a small line. So this small line was, this is our first tab and this is what was shown on our home page. Now let's say we have a home page which comprises of multiple lines, multiple images, multiple GIF files and also 2 or 3 videos. Now if we want to show all of that huge amount of information on our home page, then now we can't feed all of that information inside this HTTP response function. So that would be very illogical to feed everything inside this small function over here. So this is where we would require a Django template. So with the help of a Django template, we can organize our data in a much better way, right? So you can consider a Django template to be a file which can generate any text-based format. So this text-based format could be in the form of a HTML file, an XML file, a CSV file, or so on. Now, Django has its own template system called as Django Template language. So this Django template language consists of different tags and different methods so that we can generate a proper template which would make our work much easier, right? So this is what happens. So we create a template file and this template file is processed by the template engine. Now, after it is processed, we get an output which is in our desired format. So it could be either HTML, XML, PDF, and so on, right? So let's take a simple example to see how can we render a HTML page using a template. So let's say we have this client over here and it requests this URL. So this is the URL over here. Now this is sent to Django Server. So over here, Django first goes into its project and inside the project, it checks the urls.py file. Now, if this resource is found in the urls.py file, then it'll go ahead and map this to the tutorial app. Now, once that is done, it will invoke a method in the views.py file. So after it invokes a method, then this method goes ahead and calls a template, right? So over here we have named this template as home.html. So once this template is invoked, it goes ahead and renders a HTML page. And this again is sent to the Django server and Django server returns this rendered HTML page to the client. So I'll just reiterate the entire process over here. The client sends the request for a resource to the Django server. Now this Django server goes into the urls.py file of its project and checks if this resource is present or not. So if this is present, then it will invoke a method in the views.py file and this method calls up a template. And this template renders a HTML page which is sent to the Django server and this Django server sends this resource back to the client. So this is the entire process of how we can render a HTML page using a template, right? Now let's go ahead and actually see how we can do this. So inside our parent directory or inside our project directory, our first step would be to create another directory with the name template. So by convention, we name it as template with a capital T. So you can give this directory any other name over here. So what we have to do is, so we have to click on new and then we'll select directory option. Now, once we create this directory, we have to create a new HTML file inside this. So over here, we are naming this HTML file as home.html. So once we create our home.html file, we have to go to the settings.py file in the parent directory or the project directory. And over there are some tasks which we'd have to perform. And for Django to actually process our parent directory, we'd have to go to the settings.py file and make all of these changes. So what you see over here, this dotted path, django.template.backends.django.django templates. So this is basically the dotted path of the Django templates. So this path basically tells Django that we have a template engine so that we can render HTML files or PDF files as a response. So after that, we have to set the path of our subdirectory. So this subdirectory is nothing but the folder which we have created inside our parent directory. So over here we'll type in os.path.join and base directory, and inside the base directory we have the subdirectory template. Now once we set in the path for this, we just have to set app.dir is equal to true. So this means that we are actually allowing the Django template engine to look for templates in the template subdirectory of the installed applications. So initially this would be false. We'd have to go ahead and make this true. And also we have this options tab over here. So this basically consists of paths to different parameters that helps in template rendering. Now once we go ahead and make the changes in the settings.py file, we'd have to go to the views.py file and we'd have to give these things over here. So instead of responding with HTTP response, what we'll do is we will create a view that renders the request, maps it to a template inside the template directory and processes the context. So this context over here is actually a dictionary which contains variables as the key and their respective values as the value. So I'll repeat this. So we are returning a render function which comprises of these three parameters. First is the request which is coming from the client. After that we have to give in the template which is home.html, and then we'll also send the context. So this context is a key value pair, right? So this is mapped to this template over here. So once this is done, we can run our Django server and go to this link over here, and this is the result which we have. So we've got this home page without using HTTP response, and instead of that we have actually used a template over here, right? So let's create a demo on this, right? So I'll start off by creating a new project. So I'll just type in Django admin. I'll name this as start project and I'll give the name of this project as website. So I have successfully created this and I have all of these files over here. Now let me open this with PyCharm. So I'll right click this. So I'm opening this folder with PyCharm. Right, so we have a folder over here. Now what I'll do is I'll create a new app over here. So let me go inside this. Let me type in cmd over here and I'll create a new app. So Django, and over here it will be admin start app, and then I'll give the name of the app as tutorial. Right, so we have also added this new app inside this, and I have to add this urls.py file inside this tutorial app. I've added this. Now let me go to PyCharm. Right, so I have this app inside this. Now what I'll do is I will actually create a template over here. So what we saw was we have to right click over here. I have to click on new, and inside this I'd have to create a new directory, and I'll name the directory as template. I'll click on OK. Alright, so we have created this new directory with the name template. Now I have to add a new HTML file. So I'll click on new and I'll select HTML and I will name this as home.html. Right, so I'll just give in some title over here. So I'll name this as Python tutorial, and inside the body in the h1 tag I'll add something over here. So I'll just type in, let's say this is Sparta. Alright, so I have this template ready over here. Now I would have to go into the views.py of this page over here, and I would have to create a new method. So for me to create a new method, actually I'd have to add the URL first. So I have this urls.py file inside this tutorial page. So I'll just type in path and I'll put in this over here. So after this I'll have to give in the name of view. So I'll type in views.home. So I also have to import this. So from all import views, and I'd have to give a name to this. So name equals home. I'll remove this from over here, and I'll also remove this. Right. Now after this, I also have to do the same thing over here. So I'll go into the urls.py file inside this website or inside this main directory, and over here I'd have to also import the include method, and I will add in a new path over here. So I'll just put in this single quotes. This would mean the home page, and over here I'd have to include the tutorials.urls file. Right, so I've added the URLs for this and as well as this. So I've made the changes over here. I'll put in a comma over here. Right, so now I have added the URL path for this. So after this, I'd have to make the changes in this as well. So I'll type in home, I'll add a request over here, and I'd have to return something. So now I will return a render object. So instead of the HTTP response method, I am returning a render object. And over here, this takes in 3 parameters. So the first parameter would be the request object. After that, I'd have to give in the template file over here. So template file would be home.html. So I'll type in home.html over here. And finally, I'd have to return a context. So there is no context object as of now. So I'll just put in a blank dictionary over here. Right. And as we saw, we also have to make some changes in the settings.py file. Right. So let me go to the template section. So this is what we have. So this is the dotted path for our template backend or the template engine. And inside this, I have to set os.path.join, and this would be base directory. And I'd have to give the name of the subdirectory. So the name of the subdirectory is template, right? And this is obviously true over here. So we have made all of the necessary changes over here. Now I'll go ahead and I will run the manage.py file. Right. So now I'll just type in Python manage.py. I'll type in run server. I'll copy this and I'll paste it over here. Right, so we have successfully created our website, and over here we have this response with the help of a template.
Just a quick info guys. Test your knowledge of Python Django by answering this question. What is the value of debug when the website is online or deployed? A. False. B. True. C. None. D. Null. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now let's continue with the session.
Now let's go ahead and understand what exactly are Django models. So when it comes to the virtual world, you basically deal with two things. One is the data, which is basically present in your database, and then you have the front end part where you'll be dealing with a web application. Now if you have to access whatever data is present in that database, you can't really do it. So as a user, you don't have the access to that database. So this is where you would need that application. So what you'll do is you'll send a request to that application, and that application would fetch the data from the table and then it'll give it back to you. Now, these are two different things. So when we talk about a table which is present in the database, it is present in the form of rows and columns. So you've got different columns. Now let's take this example of let's say a e-commerce website which would have different tables. So there would be a customer table, there'd be a product table, there'd be a shipping table, and so on. Out of all of these tables, let's just take the example of that customer table. Now, in this customer table again, there'd be different columns. So that'd be customer ID, the customer name, the number of items purchased by the customer, the time of the purchase. So that'd be different columns present in this table. Now, how can you access this table from the application? So when it comes to the application, since it is front end, you basically be dealing with different languages, different object oriented programming languages. And since you're working with Django over here to build our website, so we basically have Python as our OOPS language over here. Now, the analogous part of this table with respect to Python would be the concept of an object. So this customer table is basically represented as an object in Python. And to create an object, you obviously know that you have to create a class. Now what you'll do is you'll create an analogous class with the name customer, and this customer class would have different attributes. So that'd be one attribute with the name customer ID, that'd be another attribute with the name customer name, and then you'll have customer salary and so on. Now I'll just understand this in a better way. So as we see over here, if we are supposed to create this class, then we would require a model. And with the help of this model, we can establish that link between frontend and backend. So as we see over here, so a model is a Python class that subclasses django.db.models.model, and each attribute of the model represents a database field. So this basically means that each attribute which we create inside this model represents the column which is present in that database. And then Django basically provides a database abstraction API to create, retrieve, update and delete all of these objects. Now let's understand this example. So as I've already told you, to create an object we would require a class. So we'll type in class page, and this would basically be importing the models.model from models. So this is how we are basically telling Django that the class which we are creating is actually a model, and these are the three different columns which would be present in this table. So we've got tutorial page. Now whenever you're creating a table, each column would be of a particular data type. So that is what we are doing over here. So we are creating a column with the name tutorial title, and this is of character type. So we'll type in models.char field, and the maximum length of the data which could be inside this column is 200 characters. And after that we have another column with the name tutorial content, and this is of type text field. So by default we are giving the value content body. And then again we are creating another column over here with the name tutorial author, and again this is of character type, and the maximum length of this is 100. Now once we do this, again since we are making some changes to our database, we would have to type in python manage.py make migrations. So once we type in this, all of our migrations would be done, and then again we'll type in python manage.py migrate. So this will create a file for the migrations which we've just done. So this is the name of the migration file, so 0001 underscore initial.py. Now what we'll do is we'll actually go to this migration file over here, and this is what we see. So we see that we have created a new table, and these are the different columns which are present in this table. So we see that we've got all of these columns present over here. So we've got the ID column which is actually auto created, and we see that the primary key is set to be equal to true. So this means that whenever we add a new record, it will automatically have a new row number over here. And then we've got these three columns. So we've got tutorial title, tutorial content and tutorial writer. Right. Now when we finally go to localhost php myadmin, and when we go to this table, we see that we have this table in MySQL, and these are the columns which are present in our table. Now let's go ahead and perform this demo. Right, so let me go to this models.py file of my tutorial app, and inside this I am creating this class with the name page, and this inherits from models.model, and these are all of the columns which I'm giving inside this. So I've got author name which is of the type character, and the maximum length is 200, and the default value over here is content author. Going ahead, I've got another column with the name tutorial title. This again is of character, and the maximum length is 200 characters. Then I've got tutorial content, and the default value over here is tutorial content. Then I've got tutorial TOC, where I'm basically giving the TOC for the tutorial, and this is of type text field. And then I've got date published, which is of type date field. So I am setting the blank value to be equal to true and null also to be equal to true. So we can actually give null values inside this column over here. And then we've finally got this URL link column, which is of the type URL field. And over here again, it can be a blank value as well as a null value. Right. Now, since I've created this model, I have to go ahead and create some migrations of it. And when I go ahead and create the migrations, all of those would be done. Now I've already applied those changes, and I'll go inside this migrations folder of my tutorial app. And inside this would be the first change, or this would basically indicate the first migration which I have applied with respect to this table over here. So I'll go to 0001 initial.py, and as we see over here, these are all of the columns which have been added with respect to the first change. Now let me go to XAMPP server over here. So we see that Apache server and MySQL, both of them are running. Now I will go ahead and open this Django database. Now inside this Django database, I have this tutorial page table over here, And as we see, these are all of the columns which are present in it. So we've got ID, tutorial title, tutorial content, tutorial TOC, date published, URL link, and author name. Right, now let's see how can we register our models in Django administration side as the admin. So till now what we've done is we have created the models, but to work with these models and to perform crude operations, that is to perform operations such as retrieving the records, deleting the records, updating the records, to perform all of these operations, we'd have to register our model. And to register our model, we'd have to go to the admin.py file of our app. And inside this, we'll start off by typing from django.contrib import admin. And then we'll import the model which we'd want to register over here. So the model which we've created is page. So I'll type in from .models import page. And then I will register this. So I'm registering this model with the name page. So I'll type in admin.site.register. Now, once that is done, I'd have to go ahead and log in as the admin. So now over here, admin basically means the super user. So I'll type in the username of the super user and the password over here. So I'll basically go to this site over here, and then I'll type in the username and the password of the super user. Now when I do that, I have the site administration page, and inside this I have the add tutorial over here, right? So you see that I have the add page option. I'll click on the add page option and I will give in all of the content which I'd want to add. Right, so these are the different columns which were present in the table which we had seen. So we've got tutorial title, tutorial content, and tutorial author. Right, now all we are doing is we are directly adding the data into the database with the help of this model which we've registered in the admin.py file. So over here I am setting the tutorial title to be equal to Python, setting the tutorial content to be equal to Python is a programming language, and the tutorial author I am setting it to be Intellipaat. Now I'll go ahead and click on save, and over here we see that we have successfully added this page object. Right, now let's go ahead and perform this demo. Right, so this is the admin.py file which is present in the tutorial app. So as we saw in the PPT over there, we are typing out from django.contrib import admin, and we are importing also the page model over here. So from .models import page, and I want to register this model with admin. So I'll type in admin.site.register, and I am registering this model with the name page. Now let me go to the site over here. So this is my admin site over here. Now inside this we see that we've got this tutorial page over here. I'll click on add page, and these are the different content with which I can fill it in. Right, so this time I am setting the author name to be Intellipaat again. I'll set the tutorial title to be equal to, let's say, artificial intelligence, and I'll type in, this is the world of AI over here, this is the world of AI, and this is the TOC. So I'll just type in 4 bullet points over here, 1, 2, 3 and 4, and over here we can keep these two to be blank. Now when we actually had a glance at the table, we saw that these two could be empty, right? The date published and the URL link, both of these could be empty. So I'll just leave them as they are, and I'll click on save. So you see that the page artificial intelligence was added successfully. So we have successfully added this page artificial intelligence into our website. Now let's go ahead and work with Django ORM. So now to perform all of these crude operations, we would need the ORM, which basically stands for Object Relational Mapper, and it enables user interactivity with the database. So as I've already told you, ORM is just a way to create, query, manipulate the database and get the results from Python. Now what we'll do is we'll go to the website folder over there, and inside that we'll open the Python shell. So for that we'll have to type in python manage.py shell, and we'll enter the shell. Now inside this, we'll go ahead and import the models on which we'd have to perform all of these operations. So I'd want to work on this page model. So I'll type in from tutorial.model. So over here, tutorial is the name of the app. And from this app, I'm importing this model called page. Now once I go ahead and import it, I will have a glance at all of the objects which are present inside this model. So for that, I'll type in page.objects.all, and this will give me the list of all of the objects which are present. Right, so as we see over here, these are all of the topics which are present over here. Now going ahead, we'll create another object with the help of this. So as we already know, page is actually a class, and if you want to create an object of this class, we will use this page and we'll put in parentheses, and we'll store the result in a new object and name it to be obj1. Now when we go ahead and print page.objects.all, we get this result over here. Now as we see over here, we've got two objects over here, but it's very hard to differentiate the two objects. So what we'll do is we'll add this str method under the model class inside models.py folder that prints out the string and not the object ID or the memory address. So we'll add this method over there, definition of string, and it will return self.tutorial_title. Now when we go ahead and print in page.objects.all, it will give us this result over here. So we've got two pages over here, one is Python and next is Django, right? So instead of just getting the ID numbers for the object, we get the names of these objects over here. First object is Python and then the second object is Django. Now let's go ahead and perform the demo. So this is the website folder. I'll just open up command prompt over here. So I'll type in cmd, and inside this I'll have to open the Python shell. So I'll type in python manage.py and I'll type in shell over here, right? So now we are inside the Python shell. Now I'll have to go ahead and import the models. So I'll type in from, and after this I'd have to give in the name of the app, which is tutorial. So I'll type in tutorial.models. So from all of the models which are present in the tutorial app, I will be importing the page model over here. So now once I've imported this, let me go ahead and print out all of the objects which are present in it. So page.objects.all. So we see that we get the string result of it. So these are all of the pages which are present. So we've got Python, Django, we've got just a single page, we've got NLP, and we've got artificial intelligence, right? So these are the different pages which are present over here. Now let's see how can we add new fields into our table over here. So till now we just had three fields over here: tutorial title, tutorial content, tutorial author. Now after this, if we have to add more columns, we just have to do the same thing, right? So which we have already actually done in the demo, right? So as we see over here, after title, content and author, I am also adding the TOC. So tutorial_TOC, and this is of type text, and the default value present inside this would be table of content. And since we've made some changes over here in the database, we'd have to migrate these. So we'll type in python manage.py make migrations. Now once you make those migrations, we'll have to migrate those. So I'll type in python manage.py migrate. So we've made the migration. Now we'll go to the database and check if the new column has been added or not. So as we see over here, we've got this new column over here, which is tutorial TOC. Right, so we see that the changes have been made. What we'll do is we'll go to the Django administration site and add a new page over here, right? So we see that this new column over here is added. Now also similar to this column over here, we'll add another column with the name date published, which would give us the date when the book was published over here. And this is of the type date field. So over here I am setting blank is equal to true and null is equal to true. This means that this means that it's fine if I don't give any value inside this field. Now going ahead, since again I've made the changes, I'll again type in python manage.py make migrations, and once the migrations are done, I'll have to migrate those. So I'll type in python manage.py migrate. Now going ahead, we see that we have added this date field over here, and we can add our desired date over here. Now similarly, we'll also add another field where we would be providing the URL link. So I'll name this as URL link, and this would be of type models.url field. And again, I'll set blank is equal to true and null is equal to true. So this means that if it's totally fine if I don't give any value inside this field. So again, going ahead, I'll do the same thing. I'll go ahead and perform the migrations. So I'll type in python manage.py make migrations, and then I'll type in python manage.py migrate. Now when I go to the Django administration site, we see that also the URL link has been added over here. And going inside this, we will add the URL link that we want to add. Right, so now let's go ahead and perform this demo. So let me go to this tutorial models.py file over here. So we see that these are all of the columns which are already present. Now what I'll do is I will actually add another field over here, which would basically be cost of the book. So I will type in book underscore cost, and I will type in models dot. This again would be of type character field, and I'll set the maximum length to be of, let's say, 50. So max underscore length would be equal to 50, and I'll set the default value to be equal to, let's say, 50 over here. Alright, so I have added this. Now all I have to do is make migrations. So I will again go inside this. Let me type in cmd. Now I'll type in python manage.py make migrations. Right, so we see that we have added this new field book cost to the page. Now I'd have to migrate these. So python manage.py and I'll type in migrate. So you see that all of these changes have been applied. Now what I'll do is I'll actually go to this php myadmin over here. Let me refresh this over here. Now let's see what do we get. So we see that we have added this new column book cost. So initially we had only these columns, but after adding those changes, we see that we've got this book cost and the default value inside this is equal to 50. Now I'll go to this site over here. I'll add a new page. I'll click on add. Let me go to the bottom and we see that we have this book cost to be equal to 50. Now I'll set the title to be equal to, let's say, machine learning over here. And I'll come to the bottom of it and I'll add a date over here. So let's say it's 18th of September. I'll leave this to be blank and I'll click on save. So we have successfully created this page, machine learning, which also has the date field inside it. Now let's go ahead and work with Django model forms. So a Django model form is basically a class which helps us to efficiently create forms with the help of the model without writing HTML codes. Now, normally by convention, if you want to create a HTML page, then you'd have to write the entire HTML code with all of the tags by yourself. Now, to make sure that you don't have to do all of that, Django provides something known as these model forms, and you'll be able to easily create these forms with the help of the models which you've created. So to start off to work with these forms, we'd have to create a new forms.py file. So what we'll do is we'll right click on our tutorial app over here and we'll select a new Python file and we'll name that file as forms.py. And once we do that, we'll go inside this forms.py class and we'll import the forms module from Django and we'll also import the page model from all of the models present. And then we'll go ahead and create a model form class. So over here, the name of the model is page. So by convention, we just have to add form after it. So I'll name this form class as page form and basically imports forms.model form from this forms over here. And inside this, I'll create a meta class which is used to instantiate the Django model class. And this basically takes in two parameters over here. One is the model, next is the fields. So this model is basically the table which we've created, which is page, and these are all of the fields which I'd want to show. So I've got tutorial title, tutorial content, author, TOC, date published, and URL link. Right, so we have created this model form class. Now, once we do that, we have to go to the views.py file of the same app, and then we'd have to import page form from forms. And inside this views.py file, I basically have to create a view function that takes requests. So I am naming this view as page form. And inside this, if basically the request is found to be of post type, then the model is generated, else nothing is generated. So here Django basically validates inputs of each field, and if they are found to be valid, then form will be saved and the template will be rendered with the form as context. Right, so that is what is happening over here. So we take a request and then we check if the type of request is post or not. And we check if all of the entries which are stored in the fields are valid or not. So if form dot is valid, and if it turns out to be valid, we'll go ahead and save this form and we'll render this. So this again takes in three parameters. The first is this request object, and we are redirecting it to the page form HTML page. So this is the template to which we'll be redirecting it, and we are giving this context of form over here. Right, so now we have created this view method. Now we'd have to create the template of page form HTML. So this basically extends the base.html file. So I'll type in extends base HTML, and this form method needs to be of type post. So inside this, I'll open up the form tag and close the form tag, and I'll type in method equals post, and I'll render the form context as P. Now this basically means that all of the content is rendered into different paragraphs. So we have each block inside each paragraph over here, and we are adding this CSRF token for security purposes. We have also added this template. Next, it's time to add the URL. So this is the only thing which is missing. Now, when we add this URL, this will lead us to the view that would render the template. So we'll go to this urls.py file of our tutorial app, and we'll add the path for this. So we'll add this. So if we want to click on the form, then it will redirect this to the views.page form. And I'm basically naming this as create form. Now once we do all of these changes in the code, and we'll go ahead to the form page, and this is the model form as created below. Now after that we add in all of the data, so we basically fill up all of the data, and finally we have a new page with the name Web Development. So this is how we can work with forms. So I'm just reiterating it. A form is basically a model class with which you can render out a HTML page. So you don't have to manually type in all of the HTML code with all of the tags over there. So Django model form automatically takes care of all of this. Now let's go through the code. So this is the forms.py file. So as we see over here, we have imported forms from Django, and we have also imported the model page from .models. And inside this, I am creating this form class, page form, which basically inherits forms.model form, and this has a meta class inside it where the model is page, and these are all of the fields which I do want to show. So I've got tutorial title, tutorial content, TOC, date published, and the URL link. Now this is done. Now let me go to the views.py file of this tutorial page. So over here we have this page form view, and this takes in a request, and I am checking if this is of type post. So if this is valid, then I'll go ahead and save the form and I'll render this request. Now when I'm rendering this, this is basically redirected to the page form.html. So this is the template over here. Let me open up this page form.html file. So as we see, this extends from the base.html. The title is contact page, and then we've got the content. So inside the content block, we've got this form, and this is of the type method. Now as you see, form.as_p. So this as_p renders all of our output in different blocks, and each block is in a different paragraph. Right. Now after this, I'll go to the urls.py file. So let me go to the urls.py file of this tutorial page. So over here we are adding the path, and this will redirect to the views page form, and I'm naming this as create form. So these are all of the changes which are to be done to create your form. Now let's go ahead and look at the types of automated software testing. So as we saw in the agenda, there are basically 3 types of automated software testing. So we've got unit testing, integration testing, and functional testing. So let's start off with the first one. Let's understand what exactly is unit testing. So simply put, unit testing is a type of automated software testing in which each individual component of a software system is tested. Now let's take a simple example for this. So let's say you're building an application for a calculator program. Now this calculator program would have different functionalities. So there would be one functionality for addition, there would be another functionality for subtraction, there would be another functionality for multiplication, and so on. Now what you can do is you can create separate sub-modules for each of these functionalities. So there'll be a separate submodule for the additional functionality, there'll be a separate submodule for the subtraction functionality, and there'll be a separate submodule for the multiplication functionality. Now what happens in unit testing is you take each of these submodules separately. So you start off by focusing only on the addition submodule and test only this submodule in isolation. Now once you run all of your test cases on this addition submodule, and this submodule passes all of these cases, then you know that this module is working perfectly. After that, you go ahead to your next submodule, which is subtraction. Now again, you do the same thing. You perform all of your test cases on this subtraction submodule, and if this module passes your test cases, only then you'll go ahead to the next submodule. Again, you'll take multiplication. So you'll take this multiplication submodule in isolation and run all of your test cases. Right, so this is how unit testing works. Now let's understand the need of unit testing. So these are the different benefits which unit testing provides. So unit testing improves the code quality. Now when you're building each module separately and testing each module separately, you obviously have to code in a modular way. And when you're coding in a modular way, obviously it would improve the code quality. So you have to make sure that the different modules present in your program are working in sync with each other. Now unit testing also helps you to find all of the bugs in the early stage itself. Now this is because units are the smallest elements in your program, and when you go ahead and start testing the smallest elements in your program, and if you find bugs in those smallest units, you can right away rectify all of those bugs present in those smallest units. And it's also very easy to implement changes when it comes to unit testing. Now let's say you're working on one individual module. Now let's again take the same calculator application. Now, let's say if you find a bug in the addition submodule, now you don't have to worry at all. You can go ahead and make changes in the addition submodule, but it will not affect the rest of the modules present in the calculator program, right? So it will not affect the subtraction submodule and it will not affect the multiplication submodule. And it also simplifies debugging, right? So when you find bugs in separate modules, you can just rectify only those bugs. It is not required to check the entire code with respect to all of the modules present in the application. Again, let's say if you find a bug in the subtraction submodule, then you'd have to rectify only that particular bug. And you don't have to go through the code for the rest of the modules. And also unit testing reduces a lot of cost. And again, this is because if bugs are found in early stages, it'll help you to reduce cost by a very significant margin, right? So that was the need of unit testing. Now let's understand what exactly is integration testing. Now integration testing is done only after unit testing. So as the name states, integration testing is used to figure out how these individual modules are working together after they are integrated with each other. Now, if I take that calculator program and if I integrate all of those submodules, so if I integrate the addition submodule, the multiplication submodule and the subtraction submodule, now with the help of integration testing, I can make sure that addition and subtraction are working together properly. Similarly, I can make sure that addition and multiplication are working properly. Now again, I can make sure that addition, subtraction and multiplication, I can perform all of these when I integrate them. So simply put, integration is used to test the interface between these individual units over here. So here we basically check if the interface between these individual units is working properly or not. So now that you know what is integration testing, let's understand the need of integration testing. Right, so as I've already told you guys, it is used to test the interface between these individual modules. And over here, we just run through these test cases where we are checking if these individual modules are working in sync together or not. Now integration testing also provides complete code coverage. Now this is because we have integrated all of the individual units. And when we integrate all of these individual units, this is where we find out if these individual units work together as a proper system, right? So this is where we can figure out if these individual units are a proper system or not. And also this provides improved reliability. Now this is because if all of the units are working in tandem with each other, that is what an end user wants from a particular application. So now we'll head on to the final type of automated testing, which is functional testing. So functional testing is done to ensure that all the software requirements have been satisfied. So this is where we run our application through some test cases to find out if our application adheres to all of the functionalities which were present in the software document specification, right? Now before building the application, you would have some things in mind about the particular application. So the application needs to implement some certain functionality. So let's say there is an application which would implement 10. Now in functional testing, we run our application through multiple test cases to measure if our application adheres to all of the functionalities specified in the software document specification. Right now, before building the application, we would have certain functionalities with respect to this particular application. Now, let's say in the document specification, it was written that our application has to implement 10 functionalities in a particular way. Now, in functional testing, we basically measure that if the final output is in agreement with the expected output. So now again, if we take the calculator program, now in the document specification, if it were written that when you click on the plus button, you would have to add 2 numbers. But when you actually perform functional testing and when you click on the plus button, if the application does multiplication operation, now this is where you understand that the application has failed functional testing, right? So this is where you actually check the different functionalities of your application. Now let's understand the need of functional testing. So these are the different benefits which functional testing provides. So with the help of functional testing, we can check the accuracy of the application. So if even there's a slight deviation from requirements, it'll cause the test to fail. Now let's say there's an application and our expected output was 0.01. But instead of 0.01, we get 0.011. Now this will be taken as a failure when it comes to the test case. So functional testing brings in a lot of accuracy to our application. And again, functional testing reduces the number of bugs present in our application. So when you're testing the application as a whole and you're figuring out if all of the functionalities are working in tandem or not, you're obviously bound to find a lot of bugs. And this is where you can remove all of those bugs easily. And functional testing also gives you a lot of stability. So this is where you test your application against real life user interaction. Now testing your application with respect to individual modules and integrating those modules and testing them is different, and actually testing the application against a real life user is different, right? So this is why functional testing gives you a lot of stability. So those were the three different types of automated testing, and we understood all of them comprehensively.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Python by answering this question. What do we use to define a block of code in Python language? A. Key. B. Brackets. C. Indentation. D. None of these. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Now let's go ahead and perform unit testing with Django. So for the purpose of this example on unit testing, we are basically creating an application which would show the age in terms of number of days. Now let's say if your age is 1 year, then your age and number of days would be 365. So that is what we are basically doing over here. So what we'll do is we will create a new project, and inside that new project, we will have a new app over there. Now inside that app, we will go into the models.py file. Now, once we go into that models.py file, we would have to import the required packages. So I'd have to import models from django.dp, and since I'd have to work with time and date, I'll be importing time zone from django.utils, and I'll also import date time. Right. Now over here, we are basically creating a model with the name customer. Now, what exactly is a model? Well, you can consider a model to be sort of a database in Django. So you have the information present in number of rows or number of records. So over here, what we are doing is we are basically creating a model with the name customer, and this would comprise of one record, which would basically have the name of the customer and the date of birth of the customer. So over here, we are taking the information. So models.char field. So this is where we get the name of the customer, and then we get the date of birth of the customer. Right, so models.date field, and we'll get the date of birth of the customer and store it in this object over here, date of birth. Now inside this model, we'll create a function which would convert the date of birth in terms of number of days. So over here, what I'm doing is I'm basically getting the current date over here, which will be stored in now. And from this current date, I would basically subtract the date of birth of that person. Now, when you subtract the date of birth from the current date and you basically convert it into number of days, what you have is the date of birth in terms of number of days. And that is what we are returning over here. And then we would also return the name of the customer. So those are the changes which we'd have to make in the models.py file. Now, after we are done with the changes in models.py file, we'd have to also add a test case in the test.py file. So we'll come into this test.py file, and inside this again we'll import the required modules. So we'll be importing test case from django.test, and we'll be importing time zone from utils. Now we would also import the customer model which you had created earlier in the models.py file. Now inside this we will create a new class with the name customer model test, and this would take a test case as a parameter. And inside this, we'll create a method with the name test age and number of days. And this will basically check if the method which you had created in the previous model works properly or not. So over here in this date object, I'm basically storing the date of birth of a person who was born 44 days back. Right? So date time dot time delta days is equal to 44. So this would basically give me the date of birth of a person who was born 44 days back, and I'll store it in date. And I'll create an instance of this customer object, and I'll pass the date of birth of this person inside this. Now with the help of self.assert equals, I'm basically checking if the result given by this method is equal to 44 or not. Because when we give a date which was 44 days back, and it has to give the same value as 44. Now if that is the case, then our test condition would have passed. Now after all of this is done, we'd have to open the command prompt from our project folder, and I'd have to run this command. So py manage.py test polls. So here polls is basically the name of my app, and I'm basically testing if my app works correctly or not. Now when I run this, I see that ran one test in 0.08 seconds and okay. So this basically means that my method is working properly. Right, now let me go to Django and do this practical by myself. So as you see over here, I've got the models.py file and the test.py file over here. And inside this models.py file, I am basically importing all of these methods over here, and I have created this customer model. I'm storing the name inside this name object, I'm storing the date of birth inside this date of birth object, and over here I'm creating this method which would convert the date of birth in terms of number of days, and it will return it. Now inside the test.py file, I am creating this customer model test class, and inside this again I'm creating this method with the name test age in number of days. And here I'm checking if the result given by this is equal to 44 or not. Now you have to keep in mind that whenever you create a new app, you'd have to add that app in settings.py file. So over here, the name of my project is my web and the name of my app is my app. So I'll go to the settings.py file and I will add this over here. So I'm just typing my app inside this because I've created this new app. Now I am inside this project folder over here. So I'll just type in cmd. Now let me type in the command. So the command would be py manage.py. After this I'll type in test and then give the name of the app, which is my app. Right, so we see that ran one test in 0.001 seconds. Okay, so this means that our application has successfully passed the unit test. Right guys, now let's go through an example where we are implementing integration testing through Django. So over here we are basically creating an application where we are redirecting something onto our home page. So now for this purpose, what we'll do is we'll start off by going into the project's urls.py file, and I will add the path for my polls app over here. So I'll just type in polls and I will include the polls.urls file. So over here what we are basically telling the Django server is, if there is any request coming from the client which includes polls, then I would redirect it to polls.urls. Now I'll go to the urls.py file in my polls app. Now inside this I'm basically specifying the path for the view over here. So I'll name the view to be index. So I'll type in views.index and I'm again giving the name as index. Now I'd have to go to the views.py file of this app. And over here I'll just return this HTTP response and I'm typing hello world, you're at the polls index. Now that this is done, I have to give my test case. So I'll start off by importing client and test case from Django.test. And then I'll create a class where I'm basically testing this. So I'll name the class as index page test, and this takes the test case as the parameter over here. And I'll create an instance of this client. Now once I instantiate the client, what I'll do is I'll get a get request to the polls route and I'll store it in this response object over there. And finally over here I'm checking if I'm getting response from 200. So over here if the host is 200, this basically means that I am getting the HTTP response. Now once all of this is done, I'll add the allowed hosts in my settings.py file. So these are the allowed hosts, 127.0.0.1, and then I've got the local host, and then I've got the test server, which is basically my Django server. And then finally I'll open the command prompt from my project and I'll type in py -.py test polls. Now let's see the same code over here. So this is the urls.py file of my project and I am adding the path for this. So path polls, and I'll include the polls.urls file, and then I'll go to the urls.py file of my app, and then I'll give the view name over here, and then I'll go to the views and I'm returning this HTTP response, which basically has this hello world, you're at the polls index, and I'll go to the settings.py file and I'll add this app over here with the name polls. Now that all of this is done, I'll just go ahead and run the server first. Right, so I've run the server and this is what I get. Hello world, you're at the polls index. Now let me also go ahead and test this. So I'll type in cmd over here. Let me type in the command, which is Python, and then I'd have to give in manage.py, and then I'll type in test. After that I'll give in the name of the app, which is polls. Right, so we see that one test was successfully ran and the test was passed.
Just a quick info guys. Intellipaat provides Python Django training and certification mentored by industry experts. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now let's continue with the session.
So let's start off by understanding what exactly is an API. Now, all of you might have come across this term API and you must be wondering what exactly it is. So to put it simply, it stands for Application Programming Interface. Okay, now that's the definition, but what exactly is it? Now let me give you an example to understand what exactly is an API. So let's say you go to a restaurant to eat something. Now, if you want to order something, you have to give that order to the waiter. Now, consider this waiter as the API. So over here what you do is, now you look into the menu and let's say you decide on ordering hamburger. Now this hamburger would be the request which you'd want. So you'll instruct the waiter to get this hamburger to you. Now as I've told you, consider this waiter to be the API. So what this waiter does is he goes to the kitchen, tells the chef that the customer has ordered for a hamburger. Now the chef prepares the hamburger, gives it to the waiter, and the waiter gets the hamburger and gives it back to the customer. So this is how an API works. So an API takes request from the client, it takes this request, goes to the server. Now it collects the response from the server and it sends this response back to the customer. So what the API basically is doing over here is it is establishing a communication medium between the client and the server. So if you need seamless communication or seamless interaction between a client and a server or a web application and a server, that is where an API comes in. Now another perfect example of this would be, so let's say you're booking a flight. Now, if you're booking a flight, you don't actually go to that flight's website and book it. So let's say you want to go in an Emirates flight. Now you don't actually go to emirates.com and book a flight over there. So what you do is you have this travel search website. Now this travel search website lists down all of the aeroplanes which are going from one place to another place. Now all of these planes could be of different companies. So what it does is for each company over there, it would basically establish an API. Now let's say if it lists down an aeroplane of Air India, then it will have an API linked to the Air India website. Similarly, if there's a flight which is of Emirates, then this would have an API which would be linking to the Emirates website. Right? So what API does is it helps different applications interact with each other in a very seamless way. So now that we know what exactly is an API, let's go ahead and understand what is REST API. Now REST, in REST API, it stands for Representational State Transfer. So what exactly is this? Now what happens when a client sends a request to the server over here is, the REST API, it sends the representation of the state of the resource which the client has requested for. Now I'll just repeat it again. When the client sends a request to the server, the API will transfer or the API will send the representation of the state of the resource. And that is why REST API is known as Representational State Transfer. Now to understand this, let's take this example of Instagram. Now let's say you go to Instagram and you go to someone's user profile. So over here what you're doing is you are sending a request for this person's user profile. Now this API would send the representation of the state of the user because the user is the resource over here. Now when I say the representation of the state of the user, what I basically mean is the API would send the name of the user, the number of followers of the user, the number of images uploaded by the user, and so on. So this is what representational state transfer means. Now one important thing to keep in mind is a REST API is a web API that uses HTTP requests. So these HTTP requests most commonly used are GET and POST. So using these GET and POST methods, the REST API is able to communicate between the client and the server. Right, so now that we understand what exactly is a REST API, let's go ahead and understand the need of a REST API. So the REST API provides following benefits. Now the first benefit is the client and the server are not dependent on each other, or in other words, they are independent of each other. So what I basically mean by this is, let's say if you make some sort of changes in the code of the client side, then it will not affect any of the operations of the server. Similarly, if you make any changes in the code on the server side, then it will not affect any of the operations of the client. So both the client and server can individually evolve without depending on each other. So this is one benefit which the REST API provides. So the next benefit is REST API is stateless. Now what do I mean by this? So stateless basically means that when a client sends a request to the server, it has to send all of the information to the server so that it is able to process the request. Now, the server cannot use any of the previous request state to understand the current request. Now, the server side doesn't hold any of the previous state information over here. So when a client sends a request to the server, it has to send all of the information required for it to get that resource. And only when the server has all of the information with respect to that particular resource, it will send the resource back to the client. Now the advantage of this is the server doesn't really have to be dependent on any of these sessions. So in turn, any server could respond back to any number of clients over here. Now, This brings us to the next benefit of REST API, which is scalable. Now, if any server is able to respond to any of the clients over there more, then this obviously means that we are able to process or we are able to respond to more number of clients. And this is how we can scale our web apps using REST APIs. Now let's say you've got 100 users and suddenly those 100 users, they expand to around 1000 users. So this is where we would require a REST API so that we can process all of the requests coming from all of these different clients. Right. Now let's go ahead and understand what exactly is the Django Rest Framework. Now the Django Rest Framework is a framework that allows developers to build RESTful web APIs. Now this Django Rest Framework is built on top of Django, which means that you can install it in your Django project just like any other Django app. Right. Now let's understand the need of Django Rest Framework, or what are the advantages of Django Rest Framework. So these are the following benefits provided by Django Rest Framework. So it's extremely easy to get started with Django Rest Framework. Now since you're developing or creating this REST framework with the help of Django, if you understand Django or if you understand Python, then it's extremely easy to get started with it. Also, Django Rest Framework enhances productivity. Now what I mean by this is you'd have to write very less lines of code and you can get done a lot more over here. So with just a few lines of code, you would be able to accomplish a lot. Now again, this is Django based. Since Django Rest Framework is based on Django, if you know how to use Django, you can learn Django Rest Framework quite easily. And Django Rest Framework is pluggable. So as I've already told you, Django Rest Framework is just a Django app, which means that you can add or remove it from your Django project without much hassle. So let's say you want to work with the Django Rest Framework only for a particular amount of time. Now you can just go ahead and plug in this Django app. And once you're done working with the Django Rest Framework, you can go ahead and plug out this app. So this is how easy and feasible Django Rest Framework is.
So the first question is, what is Django? Now, Django is a server-side web application framework written in Python. So any web application usually consists of two parts, the client side and the server side. The client side is any application which can request data from a server. This could be a web application being run in a web browser. It could be an Android application, an iOS application, or any other kind of application which can request data from the server. The server, on the other hand, is just a server which is running an application which is written in a server-side language such as PHP, Python, Ruby, and so on. So the job of the server-side application is to respond to these requests. So the server-side application will take the request, get the appropriate data from the database if required, construct a response, and then send it back in an appropriate format to the client. Now, Django is written in Python. Now, Python is one of the most easy to use and popular languages out there. So because of this, Django is quite easy to use, and which is why it is one of the most popular web application frameworks being used today. Now let us move on to the next question. Which architectural pattern does Django follow? So Django follows the model view template architectural pattern, which is quite similar to the model view controller architectural pattern. For those of you who are unaware of this, an architectural pattern is just a way of constructing your code or managing your code. So by separating your code into smaller pieces, it becomes easier to create bigger projects. And for that we use an architectural pattern. So an architectural pattern like model view controller consists of three parts: a model, a view, and a controller. So any code that deals with data and the business logic. So a code that deals with data manipulation, data validation, user authentication, anything that deals with the data is considered to be part of the model. Similarly, views are the UI elements, the buttons, the forms, the images, which the user sees and interacts with. And the controller is the glue that sits between the model and the view. So whenever the user interacts with the view, the controller receives the request, fetches the data from the model if necessary, and creates a new view or updates the view with the data that it receives from the model. Now, the MVT architecture that Django follows is quite similar to the MVC architecture. Django calls models models, views are called templates in Django, and a controller in Django is called a view. So that's just a difference in the nomenclature of these application frameworks. Otherwise, the functionality is exactly the same. So let us move on to the next question. What is the difference between a project and an app in Django? So in Django, a project is the entire application and an app is a module inside the project that deals with one specific requirements. So for instance, let's say you were creating an e-commerce site as an entire project. In that e-commerce site, there are several features that you need to implement, such as the retailer's site, in which the retailers could log in, add the products that they wish to sell, and then log out. Similarly, the buyer's site, in which the buyers would log in, add the products that they wish to buy in their cart, and then buy those products and then log out. So instead of implementing all of these functionalities in a single code base, in a single app, what we can do is separate all of these functionalities into smaller components or modules called apps. That way, several teams can work on single applications without worrying about the other application. So for instance, let's say that you have a team working on the retail site app. Now, any change made to this code base will not affect the code written for the buyer site app, and vice versa. So this is why we use apps and projects in Django. So to put it simply, a project is your entire application and an app is a single functionality or a module in your application. Let us move on to the next question. What is Django's admin interface? So Django comes with a fully customizable inbuilt admin interface, which lets us see and make changes to the data in the database of a registered application and its models. So if you were to use any other application framework such as Laravel, Ruby on Rails, Spring, etc., you would have to create your own admin interface, or you can use a package to install and configure the admin. But in Django, the admin interface comes inbuilt. So for instance, if you have an application in which there's a database and you wish to interact with it more visually, you can use Django's admin interface. So for instance, I have created a sample application, which is a simple blog post in which you can post a single blog article and you can edit it and delete it. It's quite basic. So for the admin to be able to recognize your database table and use it, you need to first go to your application's admin.site.register or the admin.py file and add the admin.site.register and the model names in parentheses. That way, in your blog application, you have registered your post model, which is this one. Now, what we can do is we can go to the application. As you can see, there are 5 posts so far. Now, if I wish to add another post, I can create a new post like this. Or if I wish to use the Django's admin interface, let's say I haven't created the form yet. So what I can do is I can go to the admin login, click on posts, click on add posts, and then add the title, add the body, and then I can just save it. As you can see, the post was successfully created. Now if I go to the post, I can edit it right here, or what I can do, look at the application and you can see my sample blog post was created successfully. So instead of having to implement this functionality from scratch, Django gives this functionality to us for free. And one of the most important features of this is you can track the changes that you have made so far. So for instance, you can see that I have created an object, another object, another object. These are just articles that I created, and then I deleted one of the articles, then deleted another article. That way you can keep track of the changes that you have made and you can edit the data that's being inserted. So let us move on to the next question. The next question asks us to explain the request response cycle in Django. So in Django, a request response cycle basically means how the request enters the Django application, how it's converted into the response, and the response is sent back to the user. So the first thing that happens is the user enters the URL of our application. The URL is then received by our server, which will match the URL with a list of existing URL patterns. If a match is not found, then a response of 404 is sent back to the user. Similarly, if a match is found, then we will use the registered view that's registered with the URL pattern that matched and then execute the code inside it to generate a response and send back. So for instance, we have a sample application. In this is the urls.py file or the base URL file, of our project. Any request that comes to our application will first hit this file. So for instance, let's say that we go to our base URL. A base URL is basically your site's domain. If you've deployed your site, then it's the domain name that your site uses, like www.simpleblog.com or anything else. Right now we are testing things out on our local machine, so it's localhost:8000, which is the port number. So we make a request. This request goes to the URLs file. Now simply because it's just a base URL, it will look at the empty string. If for instance the URL was /admin or /API or any other string appended to the base URL, the application will look at other URLs such as admin, API, and if the appended URI matches to the registered URL, then that view would be called. Right now, since it's the base name, we call blog.urls, which is the blog application's URLs file, which is this. Inside it, since again it's the base URL, this empty string will be evaluated, and inside the views file, the post list view is created. This is the post list view. In this, what we do is we define the model, the template, the context object name, and the ordering. And according to the code, the response is generated. This is an HTML response, and it's sent back to the user. And we have all our posts formatted nicely as the response. Let us move on to the next question. What is a model in Django? So a model is simply a Python class that is derived from django.db.models.model class. You can think of a model as a representation of our table. The fields in the class of a model are the fields that will be used in the database. So for instance, our blog model, which is this one, the post model, this inherits from django.db.models.model, and inside it we have described a title and a body. These are used to create and map database entities to our table. So let's move on to the next question.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Python Django by answering this question. What is the value of debug when the website is online or deployed? A. False. B. True. C. None. D. Null. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Okay, so let us move on to the next question. The next question is, what are migrations in Django? So a migration is a simple Python file that contains the changes that we make to our models. These files are then evaluated by Django and are converted into our database schema. So instead of manually running SQL queries and making changes to our database schema like adding a row, deleting a row, adding a column, deleting a column, adding a foreign key, so on and so forth, what we can do is just make changes to our models in our Python code, then create or generate a migration based on that model, and then that migration is then run to make changes to our database. So for instance, in our post model we have the title, which is a character field, and a body, which is a text field. So what we do is we create the model, we save it, and then we generate a migration which is saved in the migrations folder in the same application. And as you can see, the name of the table is the same as the name of the model, which is post. Then there's an ID field which is added by default, which is used as the primary key. Similarly, we have the title and the body. This is then run by our Django application to create or make changes to our database schema. Now, this allows us to make changes to our Python file and have these changes reflect back on our database without us having to write a single line of SQL query. So let us move on to the next question. So what are views in Django? So as we have seen, models are used to deal with the data, and views are used in Django as controllers. So views are used to get data from the model and display them to the template. A view is basically a class or a function that receives the request and then returns the response. A view is usually associated with a URL pattern which is matched by the Django application, and then the logic encapsulated in that view is run when the URL matches. A view, among other things, gets data from the models and passes the data to the templates for them to render, and then converts that to an HTTP response and sends it back to the user. So for instance, as you can see in our application, we get a GET request to the blogs.urls file. Then this is the view that is used to generate the response and send it back to the user. Inside the view, this is the model that is being used to get data from, and this is the template in which the data is being passed as. So let's open the template and see. The template is basically just looping over all the posts and creating or generating the HTML content and then sending it back as an HTTP response. Now this is all handled by the view. A view's job is simply to sit between the model and the template and interact with each other. So let us move on to the next question. So the next question is, what is the use of the include function in the urls.py file in Django? So as we know that each Django project contains several applications. Now instead of registering all the URLs for all the applications in a single file, what we can do is make each application contain its own urls.py file, and then the base url.py file will reference these application specific URLs file to get the list of valid URLs that these applications can respond to. So this is done by the include function. So for instance, as you can see in this registered URL, what we do is if any request comes to our base URL, it will be handled by the blog applications URLs file. This string represents the blog folder and the URLs file. So as you can see, this is the blog folder. Inside it we have a urls.py file, which is this one, and in this we have registered some of the URLs. So if a request comes to localhost /8000/new, post create view will be responsible for generating the response. So in this we give it the template, the form class, the success URL, and so on and so forth. Any other parameter that is needed can be defined here. So when we go to localhost/new, this form is generated and sent back as the response. This is done by our post create view, which is routed to by our application's URL file. So we use the include function to include each application's specific URL file into the main URL file. So let's move on to the next question. Why is Django called a loosely coupled framework? So Django is called a loosely coupled framework because of its MVT architecture. As we've discussed before, MVC is just a slight variation on the MVC architecture. It helps in separating the server code from the client code. So Django's models and views take care of the code that needs to be run on the server, like getting records from the database. And the templates are mostly the HTML and CSS files that needs the data being passed from the model to themselves so that they can render them. So it's called a loosely coupled framework because these components of our MVT architecture can work independent of each other. So for instance, if I were to make some changes to our models.py file by making changes on how it gets the results from the database, that will have no effect on our templates. Similarly, if we make changes to our controller, which is responsible for getting data from the model and passing it down the template, that will also have no effect on our templates, since these parts are usually independent from each other, which is why Django is called a loosely coupled framework. Now let's move on to the next question. So the next question is, what is Django ORM? ORM stands for an object relational mapper. Now this term sounds quite intimidating, but it's fairly easy to understand. So instead of interacting with the database by writing raw SQL queries and converting the data that is returned from the query into Python objects like we would have to do if we were building any kind of web application written in Python, we can use an ORM, which allows us to interact with the database using objects of our model class. So we interact with our models and the ORM converts these changes into SQL queries based on the database we are using, like SQLite, MS SQL, MySQL, etc. The ORM will take care of the changes in the database. So for instance, if we were to use MySQL in an application that's already being run on SQLite, our ORM will adjust the queries for us. So let us take a look at the example. So here I have a simple application. I will create a shell environment in which I will be using this application. So let me first import the models that we'll be using. Now, as you can see, if I want to get all the records in the database, what I can do in simple Python terms, I can just use the methods on the class. So these are all the posts that are available in our database. As you can see, I did not have to write a single SQL query. All of this was managed by our ORM. This can also be used to create new objects, save it to the database, retrieve single objects, like if we use post.objects.filter, get the response as the row that has primary key 1, and we get a single response from the ORM. They are used to get the data from the database and convert them into the Python objects that we can use in our Django application. So let's move on to the next question, which is how do templates work in Django? Now, templates are used to dynamically generate web content. Django's templating engine handles templating that involves parsing, processing, and then converting the template into an appropriate HTTP response that is sent back to the client. These templates by default are written in Django templating language, although you can switch to another templating language like Jinja 2, which is a popular templating language in the Python world. Now, these templates will allow us to generate dynamic content based on the data we pass into the templates by the view. So, for example, in this application, in our view, we get the data from our post model. Then we send the data to the index template. As you can see that these are all the static content. So for h1, closing h1, another h1, these are all static content. And anything that's wrapped in a curly brace or two curly braces, these are all Python's or Django's templating language constructs. So in this, what we're doing is we're looping over all the posts and dynamically creating a new blog post which can be then rendered in our template. So we loop over all the posts, display the current post's title and current post's body. So for instance, if we have 10 posts, then it will be looped over 10 times and 10 HTML div items with the post wrapper class and title and body will be generated. Then this is sent back to the user, and what the user gets is this page. As you can see, all of the posts are in the exact format that the template described, and everything is rendered as the template was created. So let's move on to the next question. So how do we register a model with the Django admin? So to register a model with the Django admin, we need to make some changes to our application's admin.py file. This file is automatically generated by Django, so we don't have to create it ourselves, although we do have to make some changes in it to register our model with the admin, which will give admin the permissions, or it will make the admin interface aware of the model that we wish for it to use. So for example, if suppose we had a polls application, we'll open the polls application's admin.py file, import the model, let's say the model's name is question, and we wish to register it, so we'll write the code admin.site.register, and in the brackets we'll write question because register is a method, and then this will end up registering our questions model with our admin site. Then we can log into our admin site and then use the admin interface to make changes and get the data from this model. So for example, as you can see, we have our application. Inside it, when we look into our application's admin.py file, which is this one, as you can see, I have registered the post model, which is what enabled us to log into our admin site and then use the post database object. Now, for instance, if I were to create another model, the admin will not automatically pick it up. Then I'll have to go back into that application's admin.py file, type in admin.site.register and import the model and then register the model like this. Then and only then will our application use the model with the admin. So let's move on to the next question.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Python Django training and certification mentored by industry experts. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
How do we generate a super user in Django? Now, a super user is basically the admin. So the credentials for super user are generated by using a Python command in which we use the manage.py script in the command prompt. So we type Python manage.py create super user, all lowercase with no spaces in between and without the quotes. Then the command will ask us for some information like the username, the email, and finally it will ask us to enter the information about the passwords 2 times for confirmation. This will create a super user for our Django project. So for instance, if I were to create another super user for this application, what I can do is type py. So in our command prompt, what we need to do is we need to type the command py. Do make sure that if you are using Ubuntu or Macintosh, you need to type in the complete command with Python. Since I'm using Windows, I can type py manage.py create super user, all lowercase, no caps, no spaces. I click enter and it asks me for the username. Let's call it test. Email address, I write test@example.com. It doesn't really have to be a real email address because we're using it for testing purposes. For password, I'm simply going to write a small password similarly. Now, in a production environment, it is usually considered a bad practice to use small passwords. However, for our use case, it's quite alright. So the Django is giving us all of these errors, or rather the warnings, which tell us that we need a more stronger password, a more stronger username and stuff like that, but we can use it here because it's just for testing purposes. So we created the super user successfully. Now if we run the server again and then go back to our site and now use our test credentials to log in, as you can see, I have been able to log in using the user that I created right in front of you. So that's how you create a super user in Python. Moving on to the next question. So the next question is mention some disadvantages of Django. Django has the following disadvantages. Django's modules are quite bulky. Now this is a disadvantage if you're building a really small application because you'll have to manage a lot more code than you would typically have to if you were building it from scratch, that is without using the Django framework. For instance, if you were building a really small to-do application which will just store the things that you need to do in an entire day in the database and then deleting those things once you have done them. So for doing such a small application, for building such a small application, using Django might be a bit of an overkill. The next disadvantage is it is completely based on Django's ORM. So if you were not quite fond of Django's ORM, if you were uncomfortable with it and wanted to use another ORM written in Python, Django doesn't allow for you to do that because Django's entire ecosystem is quite tightly bound with the Django ORM. So if you were to replace it with another ORM, it will not work. So unless you are comfortable with Django ORM, using Django could be a bit of a difficulty. The next disadvantage is components are deployed together. So in Django, all the components are deployed together. Even if you were to make a small change to one of the smaller components, you will still have to redeploy the entire application together with all the components, which could be a little difficult if your application is quite big. Now the last disadvantage is we must know the full system to work with it. So if you were unaware of how the model view template architecture works, how does the request gets into the application, how is it converted into the response, what steps are taken, how does it match the URLs, so on and so forth, it would be difficult for you to create an application in Django because you will have difficulty figuring out where to add what code in order for your application to run. So let's move on to the next question. So the next question is, what is sessions framework in Django? So in Django, sessions framework is used to store arbitrary information about the user on the server in the database. Sessions are mostly used to differentiate logged in user from users that are not logged in, as in guest users. This is mainly done because HTTP protocol, which is used by all the web applications out there, is a stateless protocol, which basically means that requests do not store information about subsequent requests. So for example, let's say that I log into an application by sending it my username and password. So the server will receive my request for logging in with my username and password, it will verify my credentials and log me in and send back a response of HTTP 200, which means everything went fine. Now, whatever request I send after that, HTTP has no way of storing information about me being logged in or logged out. So any request that I send after that using HTTP will not be taken as an authorized request or a request from an authorized user. So to overcome this problem, we use sessions. Sessions basically work by storing a special session ID into the user's browser using a cookie. This session ID is just an arbitrarily long string with alphanumeric characters. Whenever the user is logged in and he sends any request after that, this session ID is included in the request. Then the application will look into the database, look if the session ID is there and it's valid, as in the user has not been logged out yet, and then that user request is treated as a request from a logged in user. The session ID also helps the application to figure out the user's name, user ID, and any other information about the user that may be relevant, which can be used for authorizing actions on the application. So let us move on to the next question. So the next question is, what is a cookie in Django? A cookie is just a small piece of information that is stored in the client's browser. It is used to store users' data in a file permanently or for a specified amount of time. A cookie has an expiration date and time, and it gets removed automatically when it gets expired. Django provides inbuilt methods for setting and fetching the cookies. As we saw in the previous question, cookies are quite important for the sessions framework to work. Cookies are used to store the user's session ID, which is then used to authenticate and authorize the user as a logged in user. Now, cookies can be used to store any piece of information on the client's browser. However, it should be noted that storing non-sensitive piece of information in cookies is quite alright. However, storing information that is sensitive, like user's password, user's credit card information, or any other information that we wish to keep private, should not be stored on the cookies. As cookies are stored on the client side, any user who has access to user's browser can access the cookie and get the information from the cookie. Moving on to the next question. What is a middleware in Django? So a middleware is just a layer in Django's request response processing pipeline. As a request enters our Django application and the response is sent back to the user, there are certain steps that Django takes. These steps are arranged in a pipeline, and each step in the pipeline is called a middleware. Each middleware is responsible for performing a specific function on the request and or the response. So functions such as caching and gzipping are part of the request response pipeline. For instance, if we were to authenticate the user, we can use Django's authentication middleware. So for example, let me show you. So in our application's settings.py file, as we can see, we have a list of installed apps, and right below that we have a list of middlewares. These middlewares are the layers in our request response pipeline. So what happens is a request enters our application and it is then processed by each of these layers, and if all of these layers pass the request and pass the response, if the middleware is supposed to access the response, then the response is sent back to the user. Otherwise, if there's an error, that error is sent back to the user. So for instance, this middleware is for authenticating the user. So any request that can only be sent by an authenticated user, like editing a blog post, this is taken care of by this middleware. And there are other middlewares regarding security and performance and so on and so forth. So let's move on to the next question. So the next question is, what is a query set in Django? So a query set in Django is basically a collection of objects from our database. Query sets are used by the Django ORM. Remember, ORM stands for Object Relational Mapper. When we use our models to get a single record or a group of records from the database, they are returned as query sets. So Django's ORM, after fetching the records from the database, fetches them in a type which is known as query set. Let me show you. So as you can see, I am in our application, and I'll run the shell to show you how query sets are being used. So let us first try to import our model. So from blog Models import post. Now if we try to fetch all the records from the database using post.objects.all, you can see that we are getting back a result set in the form of a query set. Similarly, if you were to fetch a single record from the database such as post.objects.filter, get a record with the primary key of 1, we get a single response from the database which is wrapped in a query set. These query sets are used by Django's ORM to perform filtering and querying to the data that is returned back from the database. So let's move on to the next question. So the next question is, what is Django Rest Framework? So the Django Rest Framework is just a Django app which is also a framework that lets us create a RESTful API rapidly. Django Rest Framework is especially useful if we have an existing Django web application and we wish to quickly generate an API for it. For those of you who are not aware of this, a REST API is basically a web API that allows any other sort of client such as an Android application, an iOS application or any other application to access the information on our server. So for instance, let's say we were to create an Android application. That application would need to get data from our server, and it does that by sending an HTTP request to our REST API. Now Django Rest Framework makes creating a REST API out of an existing Django application quite easy, which is why we use the Django Rest Framework. Let's move on to the next question. What is a context in Django? So when we are rendering a template, certain parameters or data need to be passed to the template by the view. That data is passed in a dictionary as in the Python dictionary type, and that dictionary variable is called a context. A context is basically just a dictionary in which the keys represent the variable names and the value represent the values of those variables. This dictionary is used by the templates to output dynamic content. So for example, in our application, when we look into our views file, as you can see that we have this context object name. Similarly, the context object name is here as well. So let's look into the blog index.html. We go to the templates. Inside blog, we have index.html. We open it, and as you can see that this variable name matches exactly our context object name. So as you can see, posts and posts. So what happens is, after fetching all the data from the database, the view passes all the records or the posts in a dictionary named posts when rendering our template. Then in the template we loop over all the posts and display the data. So a context is basically just a dictionary with key values, where the key represent the variable name and the values represent our values for those variables. This is then used by our templates to generate the dynamic content that we need. So let's move on to the next question. So the next question is, list some of the caching strategies that Django supports. So Django supports 4 types of caching strategies: file system caching, memcached, in-memory caching, and database caching. So file system caching is basically caching anything that we need to cache on the file system by creating a file such as a log or a JSON file or any file. Now this is good for small applications, but for larger applications, accessing data from file, that is opening the file, managing the file and closing the file, takes quite a bit of performance hit. So for larger applications, we usually tend to use a dedicated service like memcached. Memcached is its own service, and its particular job is to keep a cache, maintaining a key value pair, removing the cache if it's invalidated, so on and so forth. So Django supports memcached and file system caching. In-memory caching is quite good because it will not have the same latency effect that a file system caching will have. Data stored in memory is quite fast to access than the data stored on a file system. However, we have limited resources when considering the memory capacity. So using in-memory caching for smaller applications that require fast access could be a good idea. However, for larger applications, memcached is still preferred. Now the last one is database caching. Now this is good if you wish to cache an object that you need to use after quite some time in future. So because getting data from the database is also an expensive operation, you need to open the connection from the database, then ask for the data by writing a query and getting back the response and then parsing the response. So caching in the database is only good if you are caching something that is accessed infrequently over long periods of time. So these are all the 4 caching strategies that is supported by Django. Now let's move on to the next question. So the next question is, what is a meta class in Django? So a meta class in Django is an inner class that provides metadata about the outer class in Django. This metadata can be thought of as simply configuration parameters that tell Django how we want it to behave. So for instance, it allows us to define such things as permissions, associated database table name, singular and plural versions of that name, and so on and so forth. So for example, in our application we have a model form which is called post form. This form is taken care of by Django itself. So all we need to do is provide some configuration parameters or metadata, such as which model do we want it to use. This model is then used by the post form to save data or fetch data from the database. Also we are giving it the name of valid fields. So if suppose we have a database table that has fields such as the ID, the title, the name, date published, and date modified, and all we wish to do is provide users with the ability to enter the title and the name of their post and submit it to our application, well then this form will do it for us. All we need to do is provide an array of attributes in our meta class, which are these. Similarly, if we want the user to be able to submit the publishing date, we can modify this array by adding another item in it, which is the name of the database field, which is date published. However, in this case, just the title and the body is fine. So a meta class is simply used to configure our Django application's behavior by providing meta information about the application. So let's move on to the next question. So the next question is, when should we generate and apply migrations in a Django project and why? So we should do that whenever we create or make changes to the models of one of our apps in our project. This is because a migration is used to make changes to the database schema and is generated based on our models. So if I were to make change to our models by adding a field, removing a field, changing a field, this change should be then reflected into our database schema, which is only done by running the migrations after creating it. So whenever we make changes to our models in any of our apps, we need to then generate a migration and then apply that migration. That way our database schema will be in sync with our models. So let's move on to the next question. What is serialization in Django? Well, simply put, serialization is the process of converting Django models into other formats such as XML, JSON, and so on. So as we saw previously, whenever we get data back from the database using Django's ORM, we get it in the form of a query set. Now that query set is then used by our Django application to display data on our application. However, if we wish to convert that data into another format such as an XML format or a JSON format, which we can use easily to send over the internet, this is done by serialization. So let's look at how serialization works. So as you can see, we have logged into our Django shell and we'll try to serialize one of the query sets that we get from the database. So first let's import our model. Okay, so from log.models import post. Now let's import the serializer. So from django.core import serializers. Now that that's imported, when we get a single row from the database, we get it in the form of a query set. So for instance, post.objects.filter, here we'll get a single row with the primary key 1. So this is what the data looks like. It's a query set with one post object. However, this data cannot be sent to another client using an HTTP response. So to convert it into another format like JSON or XML or any other format that can be passed and sent as an HTTP response, we use a serializer. So for example, let's convert this data into the JSON format. So serializers.serialize serialize. This takes two parameters. The first is the format, which is JSON, and second is a query set, in which case it's our data. And as you can see, it's formatted nicely in the JSON format. It contains the name of the model, the primary key, which is 1, the fields that are in our database such as title and body, and their value. Now JSON is not the only format that we can serialize in. We can serialize it in XML as well. However, JSON is usually preferred over XML because it's a lot less verbose and easy to read and parse. So if I were to serialize it in the XML format, we get the name. Oh, serializers, I spelled that incorrectly. Serializers, serialize, and then we pass in the format and then the data. And as you can see, we get an XML format. And as you can also see that the XML formatted string is quite a lot bigger than the JSON formatted string. So you can serialize the data in whichever format you prefer, and using the JSON serializer we can serialize it in the JSON format, or we can serialize it in XML format. So this is why we use serializers to convert complex objects that we get from the database using Django's ORM into readable and parsable formats like JSON or XML. Moving on to the next question. So the next question is, what are generic views? When building a web application, there are certain kinds of views that we need to build again and again, such as a view that displays all the records in the database. Displaying all the books inside a books table can be thought of as an example. These kinds of views perform the same functions, and that leads to repeated code. To solve this issue, Django uses a class-based generic view. Class-based views can be used by inheriting from the desired class from Django.views.generic module and provide some information like the model we wanted to use, the context object name, etc. So for example, in our sample application we have a post list view. Its job is to get all the records from the database, pass it into the template, that is blog/index.html, and display all the records that it fetched from the database. So for doing that, we would typically need to instantiate the model, get all the records, then pass it into the template by building a context object. So if we were to remove the duplicacy in the code, what we can do is just inherit from the generic view, list view, as we have done here, and we have simply specified the parameters that we needed to use. So the model that this view will be using is post. The template which it will be using to rendering the model would be blog/index.html. The context name would be posts, and ordering will be by ID in ascending order. That way it builds a response and sends the response back to the client. Let's move on to the next question. So the next question is, which companies use Django? Django is quite a popular web application development framework. Many big companies use Django for several parts of their application. For instance, Instagram uses Django, so does Disqus, Mozilla, Bitbucket, Spotify, NASA, Eventbrite, even Quora uses Django. So as you can see that Django is quite a scalable web application framework since it can handle traffic for such large websites. So let's move on to the next question. So the next question is, which class do we inherit from in order to perform unit tests? We inherit from the Django test case class in order to perform unit tests, as it contains all the methods we need to perform unit tests. Methods like assert equal, assert true, so on and so forth. Let's move on to the next question. So the next question is, which class do we inherit from in order to perform functional tests? We inherit from Django.test.liveserver test to perform functional tests. This allows us to launch a live Django server in the background on setup, and it shuts it down on teardown. This allows us to use an automated testing client such as Selenium in order to perform functional tests by launching a browser instance and then simulating real users' action like clicking on a button, submitting a form, so on and so forth. Let's move on to the next question. What is the Django.test.client class used for? The client class acts as a dummy browser, allowing us to test our views and interact with our Django powered application programmatically. This is especially useful for doing integration tests. So for instance, imagine that you have created a URL pattern and have created the view associated with it. Now you need to test that if that view is being loaded correctly and the browser is responding to that URL pattern. We can perform this kind of a test using the test client class from the Django. So the last question we have is, what is the Django.test.client class used for? So the client class acts as a dummy web browser that allows us to test our views and interact with our Django powered application programmatically. This is especially helpful for doing integration testing. For example, let's suppose that you have created a URL pattern and associated a view with it. Now we wish to check if that URL pattern is performing correctly. To do this, we can use the Django.test.client class by giving it the URL pattern that we wish to test, and then check the response. If it returns a response code of 200, which means everything went successfully, that means that our view was correctly registered and the URL is being correctly captured by our Django application. These kinds of tests are called integration tests because they use several parts of our application and check if they are working correctly together.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Python Django training and certification mentored by industry experts. The course link of which is given in the description below.
So guys, we have come to the end of the session. Hope you all enjoyed it. If you have any doubts, please put down in the comment section below. We will try to answer it as soon as possible. Thanks for watching.